Baptizing the chemicals, crawling through the catacombs of every sermon that you weaponize. Now every halo that you hold above my head is just a noose made of the words that you memorize. You say I'm broken, say I'm blind, but you can't prove a God with a state of mind. You want my worship, want me on my knees, but you can't sell faith with a casualty. If you God exists, then show me all your proof. Burn his name into the sky and show me it's the truth. I'm tired of second-hand miracles with zero evidence. If your God is really there, then make him manifest. I've been screaming at the ceiling till my lungs both cave. If he's really in the room, then he can say it to my face. No more echoes in the dark, no more prophets in my head. If your God exists, then prove he isn't dead. You decorate your trauma with God and call it meant to be, but trauma isn't holy just because you survived the scene. You tell me every tragedy is part of some celestial plan, so every suffering child that dies is a message from God's hand. You say I'm lost because I'm asking where the compass is. You call it mystery whenever you can't answer it. If my best is wrong, you put the dead existed for me as a dead. If God exists, then show me all your proof. Burn his name into the sky and show me it's the truth. I'm tired of second-hand miracles with zero evidence. If your God is really there, then make him manifest. I've been screaming at the ceiling till my
Hello. Hey man. Yeah, let's discuss the prompt. I disagree with it. Yeah. Yeah. I'm Buddhist. No. What do you think the reincarnation is? Yeah, so I think Solar's perfectly explained the energy of the universe and how some children are able to remember their past lives because they know details about certain people that they couldn't have known otherwise. That would be impossible for a 6-year-old to know, such as what? Mm-hmm. Oh, okay, interesting. Like,
Okay, there we are. What's up, YouTube? You guys can hear me now? That's my bad. Okay, yeah, you were saying.
oh yeah, so if souls didn't exist, like, I'm curious. What do you think happens after we die?
Oh, legitimately nothing. I attribute consciousness to the brain and nothing more.
Oh, okay, interesting. I think yeah, we had this discussion
Yeah,
multiple
I'd
times.
I'd be pretty close to a physicalist when it comes to consciousness.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm more of like I've explained this multiple times. I'm more of a dualist.
Yeah, I
But
I would like to be a dualist. I just can't. Like, there's some tricky questions that we have, right? Like, first and foremost, I think that Red Room, Mary's room, is a terrible argument because you are gaining more information when you're observing something. So I don't think that's a good argument at all for separation. But when it comes to like the neuroscientific consensus is that consciousness is an emergent property of the brain. We can affect it just by drilling into the brain. So we know for a fact it's connected and comes from the brain. And then you have no brain, you have
Yeah,
no consciousness. So I like the
I
idea,
agree. I
but
agree with that point. Well, I think I'm merging dualists, so I think
okay.
the consciousness is derived in the brain alone.
Okay.
But I believe there is some like immaterial self that reflects our character.
Material self that reflects our character. Elaborate on that.
Immaterial.
Immaterial
Uh,
that reflects our
yeah.
character.
I probably take more of like a Aristotelian version of a soul rather than like a Platonic one.
Just like who you are is the soul.
Yeah, essentially reflects our character.
Yeah. I take that as like every person, like if I was born in a different household, I would be a different person. Like who we are is just derived from experience in life.
I don't. Yeah, I agree with you on that point.
Okay.
So just because it's affected by our environment, I would absolutely agree that our character is affected by our environment, and our soul is obviously not immutable because even Buddha talked about how throughout your life it's going to change because you fundamentally change as a person,
Sure. Yeah.
and the form of your soul, whatever you take that to mean, uh, can change based on where you're born and the
Mhm.
decisions that you make, and that affects your karma.
I love the karma idea. We'll have to get into that another day. I can't see a point where we're disagreeing then. I think it's just the reincarnation. So like when we pass away, what is it that is moving on to a new, is it energy, is it like an actual immaterial metaphysical spirit soul thing substance?
Yeah, I think it's just uh our material self is in an entirely new life form, and the decisions we make in this life and the relationships we have affect who we will become in the next life. And I think that explains the balance of the universe, and the only way to escape that cycle of reincarnation and what is referred to as samsara in Buddhism, which is a cycle of pain and suffering, is to be enlightened.
Yeah, I love the thoughts behind that. I just the only problem is I suppose we could just say consciousness at this point is that the exact consciousness that makes up who you are continues on. Like I'm supposing that that's what you're attributing as the quote unquote soul, just the
I
substance
would,
of who you are.
yeah, I would just generally define that as uh, our immaterial self that is made up of our substance.
I don't. I immaterial self though. That's a hard one, man. That's a hard one because like, could we point to what the immaterial is, or can we describe what the immaterial is? Can we test that somehow? How do we know this? Is it only
Well,
in
I mean, just because something is immaterial doesn't mean that we don't doesn't know exists. Like we
sure, yeah, yeah,
can say there are abstract concepts
yeah.
like love that you can't really point to love. Like
Right.
where can you point to the feeling of love?
Ah, I would. Chemical reactions.
You're pointing at like just solely a chemical reactions in the
Yeah.
brain. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, yeah. I'm pretty materialist when it comes to emotions, thoughts, personality, etc.
Okay, what would you say about uh like the laws of logic or just general philosophical abstract concepts?
Yeah, I mean they're grounded in axioms, which are going to be self-evident truths about the constants of the universe, which are demonstrable.
Okay, so you just take them to be trivially true then.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I definitely presuppose those ones. Yeah, that's where I ground
Okay, so that's
everything.
interesting. Interesting. Like under that framework, why is it not possible that like or maybe not possible? Why don't you
Definitely
believe that it's
possible.
metaphysical?
I would actually grant, like, if I were talking like literally, if any of these were actually true, I'd say the besides just nothingness when you pass away, the most likely next step to be true would be reincarnation. Just because it's like it would make sense that it's possible for like energy, like if we pass away, we know that everything goes back into energy and we go back into the ground as heat, etc. We diverse in energy. Now, if we found out that energy somehow held some sort of memory component, then I would 100% believe in reincarnation, that there's a possibility of this energy reforming into a new human body in the womb, and that human body having to be the majority of your energy that had your memories, etc. I think that that could possibly be something true. But other
Yeah,
than
that's
that,
what I think that was what convinced me of the reincarnation. Even just looking at it scientifically, I think it makes sense.
I think it
Because
makes sense.
literally,
Yeah,
yeah,
I think
I
it's
think
rational.
I think like we know literally everything is energy. Even
Right.
matter is just a type of static energy.
Right. It's an emergent property from energy. Yeah.
Hmm.
It's just the problem here is that it's taking a leap of faith, kind of, in believing that energy does have this memory holding property. That's the problem with it. Like I
Well,
would have to demonstrate it.
if he could say like our consciousness is made up of energy,
Mhm.
and that energy is involved in consciousness, I don't see how it's too much of a
That's
leap.
fair. That's fair. But so like, okay, so why are we conscious, right? That's going to be like a rat trap isn't working if all the parts aren't put together correctly. So same with consciousness. Like if our brain, if we're not having all the correct neural pathways working and every part of the brain working the way it should be, we're not going to have this consciousness. So it's like it's not just energy that is the consciousness. It's kind of like wiring a house. If you mess up the wiring, there is no electricity. So if we mess up the wiring of the brain, there is no consciousness. The consciousness isn't some metaphysical thing that's coming from this energy. It's just how the energy is working and producing the result of memory experience.
So, as I understood it from your analogy, you believe that um, that if all the components of our brain aren't wired properly, it will fundamentally change your consciousness,
I
and
don't
therefore we
think
shouldn't believe
I
that
don't
it
think
shouldn't be
that's
stored
like
in energy.
trivially true. I think that there's definitely some, like, we know that there's some people that have been born, with some brain anomalies and they still have consciousness, but there's always some like difference or some struggles, some problems, etc. when it comes to that. Like we know that some people can live with like half a brain, or they're born missing so much of their brain, and then their body is able to over time, replace that or compress it to some degree to allow it to still work. Hey, can I have my face? Hi, girl. What are you doing? Oh man. It's like I know that it is definitely possible to have consciousness with missing parts of your brain, but they're not going to have the same abilities as a fully working developed brain, right? Like we know
Yeah,
this from like the MRIs and from lobotomies, for instance. Like we can literally change an entire personality by drilling into the brain or cutting and severing certain connections.
like have you heard of the case of JFK's sister
I have not.
of the Kennedy family?
Tell me about
Uh,
this.
yeah, I think her name was Rosalind Kennedy, and she was mentally disabled from the moment she was born, and she would have all of these crazy fits, and it frankly embarrassed the family. So they made her get a lobotomy, and it fundamentally changed her personality.
Yeah,
She uh she became almost completely catatonic afterwards, and she had to stay in the mental hospital for the rest of her life.
so shitty. So shitty.
Yeah, her father was actual. Well, let's not even get to that. But so I do believe that consciousness is obviously very important. It is a fundamental key of who we are. We are nothing without our awareness, and but I still believe that there is an energy component to it because we can feel other people's energy if we're just taking it
Yeah.
to mean the capacity to do work.
So yeah, no, here's my explanation from that from like a Jungian psychology. So like for instance, I'm one of those people that can see quote unquote auras around people's bodies. And I was like,
Mm-hmm.
what the fuck is this? So I looked it up, and it's just simply like your brain is processing the micro expressions in their face, and you're processing that information as this person is happy, this person is angry, this person is dangerous, this person is safe. And from that, your brain is, my brain in particularly, I think like 20% of people can see those, um, is processing that in a visual way. So I'm able to look at someone, and after watching them a little bit, all of a sudden I'm going to see like blue or black or green or whatever. And I'm a colorblind man, so it's fucking hilarious. But so that's just stuff like that is simply just going to be micro expressions in the brain processing it in some sort of a way to pick up on subtle cues on their personality. So that I would implement the same thought process towards that. Like the vibes of a person, for instance, is going to be the micro expressions, the words, the nonverbal and verbal communication that you're picking up on, and then you're quote unquote picking up on these vibes from you just processing the
Mm-hmm.
information that they're giving you.
Interesting. Okay, so I wonder how would you explain you feeling the energy of someone you guys aren't even in the same room? Like you'd just be thinking of someone and immediately pick up on what their personality is like and what it's like to be around them.
How so? Give me a hypothetical.
Uh, like if I was, and let's just say I was in a completely different country than my girlfriend, and I was just thinking of her, and I was thinking of doing something with her, and I imagine what she would do in that situation, and it might accurately represent her and her personality and what she might do in the situation. I wonder how would you explain that? Would you just also say like
Pattern
it's
recognition.
Michael? Oh, it's just pattern recognition,
Yeah, like
just learned behavior.
so like if I go into a new place, for instance, a new coffee shop, I've been going there for a few days, start making some friends, and I'm talking to some people, and like, oh yeah, Jonathan comes in here every Thursday.
Mm-hmm.
They talk a tiny, 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 tiny bit about Jonathan. I'm immediately gonna have a picture of who this person is. Are they calm? Are they, etc. And then when I see them, that
Mm-hmm.
could be extremely accurate or extremely false. I think the number one problem we have is that we don't account for all the failed, right? It's like how often is that not accurate versus accurate? But then also it's like we're picking up cues from all these other people that do know this person, and we're subconsciously storing that information. That way we're able to be like, okay, from what I've heard, Jonathan is like this. I can expect him to do this.
Yeah, I mean that is fair. We do often like misrepresent people or misunderstand them. I
Yeah.
agree that does happen a lot.
I like the idea of there being like that, like you walk into a room, see someone, and there's some sort of a literal vibe, more of like the metaphysical like vibe that you walk in and like the vibrations in the air or whatever, or connect with your soul or whatever, and you're like, okay, this person has killed someone in his lifetime. Like I like the idea of that, but all of it is explained in psychology.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Nietzsche.
Hello.
I'm curious. Okay, maybe you can help me with this. What
Okay.
is the difference for you between the mind and the soul?
I believe the mind is responsible for our consciousness and our awareness, and I believe the soul is responsible for reflecting the immaterial self or our character
Isn't
rather than
the
individual consciousness.
isn't the self the mind though? Like, well, when you say you, what you're like when you say I, is that the soul or the mind?
Well, I believe I can refer to both depending on context you use it.
Mm. Okay, so the soul is the immaterial characteristics.
Yes, I believe the soul reflects our immaterial self and our personality.
What is
and
meant by
character.
the immaterial self though?
I would say a disembodied immaterial spirit of ourselves that reflects our
Disembodied
character.
immaterial spirit. Yeah, well, spirit's just a synonym of not soul. So, what is the disembodied
Well, I'm trying
immaterial
to give
spirit?
you a good definition here. So, of course,
No, I can
I,
appreciate. I'm not trying to press you. Like, we're friends. I'm not trying to press you. I'm generally just curious. Like, is there an explanatory definition, or is it just like irreducibly like you can't really explain it?
Well, if you just look up like a classical definition, Merriam-Webster, it'll just say, uh, the immaterial self or spirit.
But I don't really know what that means though, because like the soul is the immaterial spirit. Well, I already presume the soul is immaterial, and spirit's just a synonym for a soul. So I think it's like, I don't know if that explains anything.
Well, here, maybe I'm defining it. Let me look it up real quick.
You can look at it. It's okay. Also, Jaden wants to come up. Cody.
He hasn't requested.
Oh, get wrecked, Jaden. Loser.
Are you on an alt account, Jaden?
He's on Sin. He's changed his fucking name.
Oh.
Okay, so I just looked it up.
Yeah, he rebranded like a chud. But anyway, what's up, Nietzsche?
I was gonna
yeah,
fucking
back-
come up here and start acting like a dickhead. You know, I was gonna have Ultra say, "Hey, Rise Sin," but the bastard said my name.
Oh my god.
You
yeah, I just looked it up.
motherfucker. I told you not to.
You didn't even say that. You said tell him to up me, but okay, my bad. What's up, Nietzsche?
No. When I had told you,
Hey,
when
can
you
we?
scroll back up here?
All right,
hey,
let's not
shush on this
let's not go too off topic. Nietzsche is in the middle of looking something up.
motherfucker.
While Nietzsche looks this up, Cap also said something interesting. Hey, hold that thought just a moment. Phineas Gage had a pole go through his head. After the brain damage, his personality changed entirely. Yeah. Which Nietzsche is agreeing with that. Nietzsche is not an idealist. I think.
No, I'm not. So I believe that consciousness is key to our personality, and that whatever affects our consciousness, it can most definitely affect our personality.
Yo, by the way, WD20 for being a member for 6 months. Everyone get some W's in chat for D20. That's fucking crazy, man. 6 months membership.
20.
Hell yeah.
That's a big dice. Holy shit. Let's go. Okay.
I'm sorry, Nietzsche. Go for it.
Yeah, so I did just look up the definition. So Merriam-Webster defines it as the immaterial essence or the actuating of the self.
By essence, do you mean like essential properties?
Good question.
Yes.
I think
Like
I think some essential properties are physical though.
Like what?
Well,
Like our
maybe
physical
just like
body?
the total understanding of like the being. Like, for instance, let's say, this is maybe a weird thing to talk about. Well, if I like kind of chopped you up, right?
Okay.
Well, I feel like in some way the statement that I have hurt you would be accurate, right? Or like, I remove your hand,
Okay.
and it's not going to affect your health significantly. Like, I've done it with like a laser beam or something or whatever, like some mystical like Harry Potter shit. I remove your hand. Would you say that I've damaged you?
Well, you've harmed my physical body.
But is
and
you
it
the
sends
physical?
pain receptors to my brain.
Yeah, but
which hurt me.
no, it's painless. Like you just like kind of look and your hand's just gone. It's like a nub. Would you say that
I don't feel any pain?
I've like damaged you?
Like, are you saying if I don't feel pain?
No, I'm just saying, like, have I done, like, I remove your hand, like, snap at my fingers, your hand is gone, right? It's not bleeding, it's just a nub, like, there is no hand anymore. Have I damaged you?
I guess it depends what we take damage to mean. Like,
like,
does it hurt?
No, it doesn't hurt, no.
No, okay, so it doesn't hurt.
It's a removing a body part, so whatever the fuck, whatever you would entail. Do you think I've done that to you, or do you think I've done that to something which is not you?
I think you've done it to my physical body. I don't know.
But have I done
how
it to
much
you?
would, like, change my consciousness or my self-awareness. I don't think it would necessarily affect that. I guess it would make me more depressed. I couldn't use my right hand anymore.
Well, no,
You know,
no.
I can't
I,
grasp
I
it
guess the
anymore.
thing I'm trying to maybe extend the qualifier of the the you, right?
Yeah.
Like, would you say that that's an action onto you, or was that an action onto something that you possess?
Oh, we're trying to establish identity here. Okay.
Yeah, cause I feel like whatever the you is going to contain the essential properties.
Also, just real quick,
Oh,
did you
okay.
ever read, that poem I sent you, Cody?
Mm-mm.
Okay.
Yeah, my bad if that was wasn't clear nature.
Oh, okay. Yeah, now I understand. So I would believe it would affect my physical self, but not my immaterial self.
What is the physical self?
Just our flesh and blood, our physical body.
I'm not sure what's meant by a self. Then, do you have like self simplicator?
What's
Like,
up,
would
CT?
you know what the self, just self by itself is?
Just hanging out
Self by
so
itself, yeah.
far.
But yeah, like
Like-
what is just like the self? Like, if you were to give a definition of self with no qualifications on like what type of self it is, what is self?
In this context, it would just be my human body.
No, that's I mean, like, no, because you're saying that that's your physical self. I'm saying what is just self, like without immaterial or physical added onto it. In the same
Oh,
way
I
that
think-
like
oh,
you can
guitar.
qualify like you have
Yeah, I
a
would
acoustic
say-
guitar, an electric guitar, but you know what a guitar
Yeah,
is.
they're both guitars. Yeah, I would say they're both our self. It would be.
Yeah, I'm
immaterial
asking
and
what is
physical.
that? What is just the self?
The self is our body and our spirit.
But
Or-
that can't
or
be what it is.
consciousness. Why?
Because you're making like qualifiers on top of that.
Like, think of, like, here's how I think about it. I
Because
think
it
of-
doesn't explain like what the like the complete self is. Like you're saying that it's a
Well,
type
no,
of
I-
self.
No,
Are
here's
you
what
saying
I-
it's a type of self?
No, I think like our self would be more of like a tree, and our soul would be a different branch, and our body would be a separate branch from that one. But they're
Okay,
both
then what
still
is the
self.
tree?
The tree is the self.
Yeah, but what actually is it though? Like what is the self? Like what actually is it? Because it seems like you're saying that aspects of one larger encompassing thing, but if those two things are all that there is, then what actually is the self? Like what qualifies the self? Like what is the boundary of the self?
That it's both conscious and that has a spirit. Because consciousness.
But then you're not talking
is
about
a
the physical one.
recognizer.
You're not talking about like the flesh and blood.
What do you mean? Like
I asked you what
I
the
just
self
think
is, and
I'm-
you said it's the conscious and the spiritual.
yeah.
Right? That doesn't qualify the hand. The hand isn't conscious nor is it spiritual.
Oh well, the hand is part of the physical body though. Like,
Yeah,
I would
sure.
say
But
that's
this
part
is
of
the
physical
issue.
body
It's
is
like
itself.
I think it's unclear to talk about the self. I don't know what the boundaries of the self is. Like you can say that like all of these are a part of something called the self, right? They're branches on the greater tree, but I don't know what the fuck the tree is.
Oh, how long do you plan on being live? Oh, I
And also, I mean, also, would you not say that the mind is an essential property, or the mind is essential to the being?
Yeah, mind is essential to the being.
Is the mind a part of the soul?
like- well, I take more of like an emerging dualist stance. So, I explained this evidence first a couple of times, but I think consciousness is derived solely in the mind, but that our immaterial substance or essence reflects our personality.
Sure. I mean, I'm a dualist myself. Like, I don't have contention with that all too much. My issue is
Okay.
that you qualified the soul to be like the essential properties of the being, or the essential immaterial properties of the being. Actually, no, just essential properties, because you said that there are no essential properties which are physical. So I'm now curious if the mind is the mind a part of the soul, or is it distinct from the soul?
I would say the mind can affect the soul, but I would say they're dependent on each other, but they're separate. is how I would say.
Sure, but then that means that to say that the soul is the essential properties and the mind is an essential property, then why isn't the mind the soul? It sounds like you're by the definition, the mind has to be the soul.
Well, because I believe they reflect different aspects of the self, and oh my god, we just go back in that definition.
Yeah, no,
here.
no, but like the soul is essential properties, right?
Yeah.
Is the mind an essential property?
Yes, I would say both constitute the self.
What? No,
If
I'm
I-
not asking what the
if it-
soul. I'm just saying, is it an
Well, I
essential
would
property or
s-
not?
Yeah, just like if we could just say, maybe I poorly defined it earlier. I would just say self to be like our identity.
Our identity, like
Yeah.
absolutely
So,
or relatively?
Well, I just like a union of elements. Like let's
If-
say
All of the
our
elements
body,
or-
emotions,
well,
thoughts,
well,
sensations, etc.
all of the elements or what?
I'm not sure what you mean by all of the elements.
Like, okay, so like for the self, you think that the physical somehow whatever the fuck is a part of the self. So is like all elements of the physical, the spiritual, and the mind all the self, or is it just particular essential ones?
That's a good question. I would say
If I may, I think there's a bit of an equivocation going on between essential and soul.
No, well, it's not
In
equivocal.
what
He
sense?
said that he said his definition of a soul was immaterial essential properties.
Right. So, but that's what I was saying. This is like, so the immaterial essential properties, as in the essential properties that are immaterial, not necessarily that what is essential to what the thing is. All of them are immaterial, just that the soul is the essential properties that also happen to be immaterial.
Yeah, no, I'm asking. So he thinks that the mind is also material. He thinks that the mind is a property. So
Yeah,
it would
as
say
he said-
it would entail necessarily, if we take the entailment seriously, that it entails that the mind is a part of the soul because it's just an immaterial essential property.
As an emergent property from the material.
It doesn't. That wasn't qualified. It's an essential property regardless.
Well, yeah, but I was just saying that there are two different types of essential properties. Like, for example, from my tradition and background, a human being, so what it is, the essential properties of a human being are both physical and spiritual. And so the soul are the essential properties of that spiritual aspect. And so, the mind, if it is an emergent property because it's immaterial, it does have a connection to the material, yes.
But that's not the dispute. The dispute is just about what is the meaningful distinctions that make the mind separate from the soul.
Y'all are crazy
for
trying to get a
Nietzsche's-
67-hour stream. Y'all are straight up just fucking. You lost your
Fuck
shit.
no. God no. But no, I was just gonna say I can't see for Nietzsche's view, and maybe I'm being too harsh or what. Like Nietzsche, if I'm being too harsh, just tell me. I'm sure. But
Okay.
it feels like I can't see the difference or the reason why you're saying that the mind is separate from the soul. It seems like necessarily so by what you define the soul to be, the mind has to be a part of it.
Because I take an emerging dualist stance.
But
So
why
I-
would that
I
mean
mean-
that it's not an essential property anymore?
Can we?
an immaterial
it-
essential property?
Oh, like wouldn't I think we're just confused.
I
on what
think
we
it's
mean by
running in
essential property
circles.
then.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, maybe my bad.
How about this? What are you trying to get at right now, Ultra? What is
I'm
the
just trying
actual
to say
point?
that for the view, there is no distinction between there's no way you can separate the mind and the soul, because if the soul is the immaterial essential properties, right, and then the mind is an immaterial essential property of the self, then the mind is in the soul, just categorically.
Yeah, I think what correct me if I'm wrong, Nietzsche. It sounds to me as if you're kind of lumping in like mind, soul, person into one kind of a thing, right? So the mind or consciousness is an emergent property from the brain, but the you itself, the essence of who you are, is separate and something that's immaterial and able to reincarnate.
Well, no, he
Yeah,
thinks
think of
he
it.
thinks that the you is still the physical though.
No,
is the physical as well.
it's an emerging property. Yeah.
No, the mind is emergent property, not the self. The
Right.
self was
Well,
higher than that.
no, mind and like the definition he's using is going to be that of soul, that of self. So it's all we're using like
No,
seven
they're
different
not.
words for like
They're
one thing.
distinct. He thinks that soul is not the same as the mind. He thinks that there is a category of the self which contains three aspects. It contains the physical, the mind, and the soul. Right. The mind is like
Oh.
your conscious experience, the qualia and stuff like that. The soul is the essential and material properties, and then the physical is, I guess, whatever the fuck
Think
the
of it.
soul.
I would probably think of it kind of like the Christian Trinity. So
That does not help me in the fucking.
Okay. So was that a fair Steelman? Was that a fair Steelman from Ultra?
Not help me.
Yeah, I would say that was
Okay.
So I think our self constitutes a consciousness, awareness, obviously the physical self, just flesh and blood, and our immaterial essence. So if we were to say immaterial essence, physical body, and consciousness all point to the soul, but they're separate from each other.
Okay, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna pull up a notepad and see if we can't get this to make sense for me in Ultra.
So think of
Well,
it.
I think it makes sense. It's just I don't. There is like I've given like the connection, like the entailment. I'm unsure as where the stop is happening, right? Like Nietzsche, you agree that the soul is immaterial essential properties, right? It's just the collection of those, whatever they are.
Yes.
Okay, and the mind is one of them, right?
Yes.
So the mind is in the soul. Just by definition, it just has to be.
Well, because they both represent the self, but they're different.
It
in
doesn't
different
matter what they
aspects.
represent. I'm just saying by like analytics, by definition, if the soul is the collection of all immaterial essential properties, the mind is an immaterial essential property.
Can I play some devil's
by definition,
advocate?
It has to be in the soul.
I want to play some devil's advocate for Nietzsche real quick. We are going off of like definition. He's also going off like a completely different metaphysical foundation, though.
No, well, I'm. It is internal. Like I'm accepting his metaphysics because I don't believe in the soul. Like I'm accepting his metaphysics, but I'm asking: is this the definition of this? Okay, is this a part of this? It's literally just analytics at this point. It's like if P think you like, it's really just analytics. It's like if Socrates, all men are mortal, Socrates is a man, therefore Socrates is mortal. It's literally just that.
Yeah, guess what? Just real quick, everybody's spamming ones.
Yes. Okay.
I don't know what that
Yeah,
translates
so-
to.
Cody knows.
I just think without one, you can't really have the others.
Sure, you
But
can say they're codependent.
They're dependent.
That's
yeah,
not
they're
my
dependent
dispute.
on each other, but they're so separate.
That's not my dispute. I don't. I think that the mind is a subset of the soul, by definition. In your view.
Just even doing like an internal critique.
Yeah, this is an entirely internal from your definition. It's just all X are Y, Y, whatever the fuck. Wait, no. All X's are Y's. B is a Y, therefore B is an X, right? Like that type of explanation, right? It's just categories.
Yeah, so I would say, like, if we take X to mean soul and Y to mean body, we could say that X.
No,
is gonna
not
vers-
body. No, just okay. All essential properties are the soul. Or sorry, immaterial essential properties are the soul. The mind is an essential property which is immaterial. Therefore, the mind is in the soul.
I would say it would no, because I think what you're doing is you're assuming. I think we have to go into like almost like a person nature or person.
No, we don't. I'm literally just
Nietzsche.
doing like the definitions that you have used. I'm. This is just purely from definition. I don't
This
even
might
care
help.
about like what
So-
the mind constitutes or anything. It's literally just you think the mind holds this thing. The soul is a collection of those things. That's it.
Well, I
Nietzsche,
would
this
say there are like three essential natures. Let's just take them the be natures. I don't know if that's the proper definition, but let's just
Sure.
take each nature. So the soul is going to be true for the self in respect of nature A, and the physical body is going to be true for the self in respect to nature B, and
Yeah,
the
you can say
consciousness is going to be true to
they're
itself in respect to
codependent
nature
and
C.
they're correlational to foundate the self. That's not my dispute as of present. My dispute right now is just I can't see why you would say the soul is not. Sorry, the mind is not within the soul. I can't concede. I think analytically it necessarily is true for your view.
I don't like. How are you arriving at a conclusion? I don't see how that's the
Okay,
case.
you
Because they're
know,
different
hold on. I'll
natures.
literally type it.
It's
Okay.
different respects. It's not this. So it's going to be different
Okay.
respects, but it's still the same self.
Well, I'm not asking about the self right now. It's just about the mind being in the soul. I can't see how the mind is not in the soul, right? I can write out the syllogism if you want in chat, right? So it's
Okay.
super plain.
I don't know how you're arriving at a conclusion.
Okay, hold on. I'll
Nietzsche-
write out the syllogism.
Nietzsche, would it be fair to say that emergent properties are immaterial? As in, like, so the mind is dependent or arises from the brain, which is a physical thing, a part of the physical body, but it's an emergent property of that physical composition.
So you're essentially just asking if emergent properties can be immaterial.
Yeah, so basically what I'm asking is, because I think this is what you're trying to get at, but you're, because this is territory that isn't completely familiar with you, I'm trying to help understand your view and help give you language to help express it.
Okay.
If the soul is the collection of immaterial, because you're some kind of dualist, you know, you believe that we are both material / physical and spiritual / immaterial things.
Yes.
And
I
if
agree.
the soul,
By the way, I typed out in chat.
You cut out.
yeah, sorry, if the soul is the collection of things that are essential to the identity or what this individual is within the subset of immaterial, and we can say that physicality is another subset that helps make up that individual. Would it then
Yes,
not be fair to say?
that's what I was trying to get at.
Yeah.
Maybe I just
So
didn't use precise enough language.
Yeah. So the soul is the mind does exist in the soul, but it is an emergent property of the brain, which is in the physical. So
And then okay, so that's just the first part that I just wanted to get down, right? That the mind is in the soul. That's like indisputable as far as I'm concerned within the view, right? Maybe the disputable thing now is going to be that I'm unsure as to how the you can relate that the mind is emergent from the physical and is essential for the self. When you said previously that you didn't feel as though the physical can arise to the essential things.
Were you talking to me or Catholic Finger?
You.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, again, I would just say, yes, it represent. Here, I'll go over your syllogism. Give me a second, and then, so to answer your question real quick, yeah, obviously, they're just going to be, in subset of each other. So it's going to be true in different natures of ourselves, but it's also the same.
They're different natures? What do you mean? They'd have to be sharing
Alright.
in the same nature.
well, so nature here just refers to. It's why I didn't use nature talking about like the physicality aspect of it.
Yeah, I mean,
so
I'm
there's
thinking
spiritual nature and physical nature, and then you also have like, especially when you get into composition type understandings within dualism, So you have the nature of physicality, you have the nature of spirituality, and then you have a composite nature that takes those two natures and quote unquote mixes them together into a new nature that's both physical and spiritual.
Yeah, I'm not sure what
Um,
that even means. I'm not
Yeah,
sure if that's even like
that's what
a
I'm trying to
coherent
get at.
concept.
So it's kind of like how Christians think of Jesus, that he has two separate natures, the divine nature and the human nature, but he's still the same person.
That doesn't
And it
like I
shares the
understand what
same
you're talking about.
person.
That doesn't help me though. I don't accept that. I don't really see how that's metaphysically culpable.
so let me ask you this. We are an animal, correct?
Yep.
Okay. We are also a mammal, correct? And we have those properties, correct? Okay. So,
yeah.
and we also are physical, and we have the nature of being physical.
Yes.
But we do not have the nature of a rock that also has a physical nature, correct?
Well, yeah. Well, when you say a physical nature, I
just
hope
mean that
you're
we
not...
take up we just take up physical space. That's all I mean by physical nature.
Hold on. I want to challenge the use. So I want to make sure you're not conflating the mode of existence with the nature of the existence, because they're distinct. Like when you talk about modes of existence, you can talk about the mode of physicality, like the way that you exist, which is physical, and you can talk about like nature as in like essential properties of given X. They're distinct concepts. So I don't want an equivocation on those types of ideas.
For Kyle. Yeah. So the thing that
I think that what's the role of this conversation is just we have different understandings of what some words mean.
Well, I don't
I
think
think
so.
the
I really don't think
semantic
so.
argument doesn't need to be had, because if we're just arguing that a soul does or does not exist, the semantics don't fucking really matter. Like, he believes that it's something metaphysical. Is there a reason that we should believe that this thing exists? The semantics are just annoying.
Yeah, no, I'm not even doing semantics right now. Like, I gave the syllogism in chat using his language. So I'm not playing semantic games.
Well, let's go over to syllogism. So, premise one: the soul is a collection of all immaterial essential properties.
And by the way, these are for both of these premises are just ones that you've just verbatim said.
Okay, yeah. So soul is a collection of all immaterial essential properties. 2, the mind is an immaterial essential property. 3, the mind is within the soul.
The 3 was just the conclusion.
Oh, yeah, conclusion. Yeah, I mean, again, we just go into the self-nature distinction again.
It's not a self-nature distinction. I'm not. Do you disagree with the conclusion or no?
Okay, let me go back to the comments are inconvenient here. Okay, so
you agreed with the conclusion earlier, Nietzsche, when you and I were talking.
Okay, so I do think the mind is an immaterial essential property.
That means by
but
definition it's in the
just-
soul, right?
But it's different respects again.
Different respects? What's meant by that?
Yeah, so
Well,
they're
that's
gonna
why
be,
he tried to talk about the
different
Trinity.
parts of the self.
Yeah, that the Trinity doesn't help. The Trinity is also metaphysically like incoherent to me. So
I do agree with that. But I mean, it like
The incarnation wasn't the Trinity, but
he's just
there's
I
other
think both of
issues
them are
there.
metaphysically incoherent, but
right.
Trinity's worse than the incarnation.
When I'm talking about different natures, I'm not talking about the Trinity. I'm talking about that would be more
Sure.
analogous to the incarnation.
Okay, sure. But okay, my dispute is it's not semantic, right? My dispute is metaphysical. I'm making like a clear like metaphysical claim about it's just definitional, right? To say that X has all of the X has all Y, and then you're given an example of the Y, then it just means it's an X, or
That's
it's always
fair.
a part of X. That's just necessarily
valid.
what it means.
I might
Right.
not be tracking Kaylee, but I think Nietzsche did agree with that. What he's trying to avoid is a separation between the physical and the immaterial.
Sure,
Where
he
it-
can try and avoid that, right? But my distinct, so that's what just needs to be agreed on the first part.
Yeah,
It seems
but
like we
he-
keep
but
going
that's what I
back
was
for
saying
some
is just
reason
like
to that.
What he's trying to because the way that you're presenting it, or at least the way Nietzsche might be hearing it, is you're saying that if the mind is immaterial, then the mind is not an emergent property from the brain, or it doesn't have a correlation or relational aspect to the brain. Nietzsche expressly denies that and says that no, there is a correlation and that there is a connection where if something happens to the brain, it's going to affect the mind, even though the mind resides in the soul because it is immaterial. It still has that connection. So I think what Nietzsche is trying to do is make sure that that connection remains and is understood, and that there isn't this separation between the mind and the
Sure.
brain. Like,
Sure, but you have to
Yeah,
go like one
I-
step because it feels like the disagreement goes further than the original point, and then it just drags all the way back to the original point. So we already agree on this. So I don't know why it's returned back to it.
How about this? Why should we believe that this immaterial self exists?
Well, I mean, yeah, I mean that's like kind of maybe the point. Like, well, what does it mean? Like you said that you're mixing natures. What does that mean?
that's what dualism holds
yeah.
to.
Well, no, not necessarily. No.
If dualism says that we
Dualism is not the you can be like you can have an ontological distinction in mode, and that's not
Yeah.
mixing them. Like mixing is in same entity you have like the foundational like mixing of like single property has two natures to it, like same thing.
Ultra.
I don't
Ultra.
care about
I'm trying really hard to get us out of the semantic metaphysic argument and into the like, why does this exist?
Sure, why not? Yeah, sure.
Well, it's all metaphysics. If we're talking
Yeah,
about
it is all metaphysics. I'm using that word interchangeably with semantic. Like, what is a mind? Cool, let's ask it once. If we can't come to some conclusion in the
Well,
first
I'm not
45
asking what a
years.
mind is. My challenge is I don't think that this conception of what the
I think
mind
we
is
both
makes
agree on
sense.
what a mind is.
Yeah, that's fair. Let's move on to, okay, we can't understand it. We can't comprehend it. We don't think it's comprehensible. Why should we believe that it exists anyways? Let's move past the semantical part. Because it is semantical. You're just going back and forth on what is a mind, what is a mind, is a mind this, is a mind a soul, the soul means this, the soul means
we're not
this.
going back and forth on what a mind is. It's not semantics, but it's cool. It's cool.
Yeah, get into the semantics on semantics later, so.
I thought we were having a good
so
conversation
what
when we
I
were
should
talking
do-
about like reasonings behind believing in it.
Yeah, like why should we believe there's an immaterial self? Yeah, I just think energy is constantly recycled, following the first law of thermodynamics that
Sure,
matter and energy can't ever be destroyed, only transferred.
sure. I
So
do like
think
that idea.
It's just a constant
And also, real quick, we do have
retransformation of
Wasted down.
energy.
We do have Wasted
and
down in the
conscious-
comments who wants to come up and prove God in a soul. So if you want to hold off on this, because if you've already talked to Nietzsche about it.
Okay.
I hate to cut Nietzsche off like that. Nietzsche, are you cool with moving on to like a God debate? Or do you want to get your point out?
No, that's cool. I just think it's constant recycling energy, but
That's fair.
yeah, we can move on to God debate.
Okay, sure.
YOLO.
What is up, Wasted? You over the age of 18, brother?
Yes, sir.
All right. Which God do you believe in?
It's gonna be on it. I'm just proving a god, and then
Sure.
from there, I'll just like take like a wager on which one I think accounts for the most things.
Sure. Ultra, let me take this one so it's not super like
Okay.
I want to like give him a little bit of credit for the argument. Sure. Throw the argument at me, brother.
Yeah, if black holes exist, there's an
Oh, son of a
information
bitch.
paradox.
Ultra, have at it.
Oh, what?
Yeah, if black holes exist, there's an information paradox. If there's an information paradox, you have to pick the model that best
Well,
accounts for this
let's
and
just
corresponds
maybe
with
start on
observations.
the first premise. Well, what's the information paradox?
Oh, cupcake.
Well,
you
what
wanna
kind
hear
of
about
what kind of paradox?
Hey, this is not what we're gonna do, Wasted. If you immediately get rhetorical,
Okay,
I'm
okay.
dropping you without a second
My
thought.
bad, my bad.
I don't like Phil
What
Bro
kind of
bullshit.
paradox is it?
Yeah, information paradox is where the law of conservation doesn't apply. So
No,
it's a
I mean
law.
like what kind
This
of
is
paradox
sober. This is 100% sober.
is it? Yeah, definitely. But what kind of paradox is it?
Well, so sober. Universally, it's still held. So
Well, no.
You were objectively wrong in the sources that you provided. None of them stated that the first law of thermo does not hold universally. What it does state is that we notice redshifting and that we can't state absolutely for certain because we can't observe all of the world's total energy. So that is why we don't hold to the first law in totality, but we do hold globally. So 100% of your sources we already went through on Discord and explained why you misread them.
Sober,
It's
Sober,
literally
can you just explain real quick what type of paradox it is?
Yeah, so an information paradox is basically saying like shit
You're
goes inside of-
explaining the paradox, not what type of paradox it is. Can you
Yeah,
answer the question or
yeah,
no?
I'm trying to show how information is lost.
No, I'm asking you what type of paradox it is.
Yes, the
You answer the
information
question or
paradox is
no?
when information is lost.
Are you
It shouldn't be
good?
lost
I
in
grant
a
that.
conservative world.
That's fair. That's a
I don't know
fair
why he's not
paradox
answering your
explanation.
question.
That is absolutely an answer.
That was a fair answer.
Can you name like 2 types of paradoxes?
Is this like a semantic guy?
No. Can you just name? Oh no.
Information paradox, change paradox.
They're 2 paradoxes, not 2 types.
Well, it's still a paradox.
You said
I
name two
don't
paradoxes.
really think it is. No, I said name 2 types of paradoxes.
He
I don't
did
think
say
you're
2
listening, but-
types.
Well, it's cool. If you don't know what type of paradox is, that's fine. So, well, what is the paradox?
The paradox is the loss of information that shouldn't be possible in a world that
Shouldn't be
follows the
possible
law
in
of
what type
conservation.
of model scope?
Yeah.
So,
law
bro,
of
are you becoming a
conservation-
theist?
No, I'm just LARPing.
So, but you know this is born to die. I'm just gonna
Yeah,
tell
I
you.
know.
Yeah, okay. So to be clear, you said it's not possible.
I
No,
like how
not
he's
if
got
law of
Catholic
conservation applies.
traditionalists confused.
You said what, Captain?
Catholic traditionalist is out here fighting on your behalf, saying they're not even letting you finish your argument.
I know. You know what, Catholic? I'm with you.
Okay.
Yeah. So it's a physics paradox, right?
I think
So-
that's
So it's
valid.
nomological.
Sure.
Why would it compel something metaphysical?
Why would it compel something physical?
Metaphysical.
I haven't even gotten to that part of the argument.
I don't care.
I would
You have to
even
explain the accessibility relation, or I don't give a fuck.
I don't
Yeah,
give a
like,
fuck.
why it follows. Is that what you're trying to say?
I'm not asking why it follows. I'm asking why would any impetus of nomological standings make impetus about metaphysical standings?
Yeah, because you would necessarily have a case where you would, if I finished the argument, it would make more sense. But like, I can skip it.
Sure, you can finish your argument.
Yeah. So, if black holes exist as an information paradox, we have to use a model that has a lot of evidence in favor and also accounts for this paradox, right?
Ew.
So we got to hold the quantum field theory,
It-
and the best branch of quantum field theory that actually accounts for this beautifully, that aligns with observations we see today, is fecund universes. If fecund universes is true,
is a what?
then
A what
there's
universe?
It's called a fecund universe.
I never heard of that one.
Hold up, let me get one time through the argument. then I'll
Okay,
explain
sorry.
it. No, you're good, you're good. If fecund universes are true, then there's a correspondence chain between a baby universe and a parent universe.
Okay.
And if this correspondence chain exists, then it cannot go eternally into the past because that would contradict BGB theorem.
Sober, I'm gonna lick your fucking toe lint. God
What
damn.
the actual?
Jesus fuck. Continue.
Yeah, if it can't go eternally into the past because of BGV, you end up at 2 options: that there was an unmoved mover for the first
Oh my
quantum
God.
bounce,
Okay.
or creation ex nihilo.
Okay. What's the difference between those 2 things, by the way?
First
What
move, I
happened
mean, you
to-
can
what
say
happened
once
to
you
your
do.
I
parent
understand what the
universe, there
terms
was a
mean,
father.
dickhead. I'm asking what's the difference between the actual
Catholic,
metaphysics.
I wanted to actually make a serious one, but that one was fucking funny. I'm just kidding.
Okay.
My original argument was saying that since
Oh my
there's a-
gosh, Catholic traditionalists.
Dude, he's so lost. He's so lost. I love it.
wasted Catholic, I'm a fucking atheist, dude.
Catholic, you call us stupid so often, and here you are not following along. Tracking error? That's going to be a blunder on your part. Low
When
tier.
Catholic traditionalists come up.
Yeah.
My original one, I did it on Ogar's stream.
Dude,
I did the
Ogar's a
whole-
goddamn badass.
I love Ogar.
Yeah.
I think
I-
I've fallen
He
in
and
love
I
with him.
butted heads a lot. I
you
made
wanna
him
know
do
what CT did
philosophy
to
at
him?
one point.
Dude, he,
You
yeah.
wanna know what CT did to him?
Oh boy.
CT had this motherfucker quit philosophy for about 2 months.
I
Yep.
fucking love that. Well, CT, you got me. CT, you did end up getting me to dive deeper into subjective versus objective realities and the metaphysics therein and why people have different worldviews. You did convince me to like open up a lot more.
Morals. Make him do it with morals as well.
Dude, I hold to some objective moral arguments, but they're not literally objective. Did you not watch and listen to Ian's arguments? They are objective in regards to the way that they're holding to it. It's not literally an objective argument. Not literally.
It depends on how strict you take the mind independent objective definition. Like you could say that logic is objectively true because independent of the mind that is holding that, it's true, even though it quote unquote resides / comes from the mind.
Here's my problem with the argument, CT. And like me and Luna were talking about it like down in the comments. I don't know if you know who that is, but nowhere in that argument I've seen. I think her name was Luna. I don't remember, but nowhere in that argument it gets to us grounding this in logic, right? Like if anything, this argument seems to be more intersubjective than objective.
No, I grant both intersubjective and objective based on your perspective, but like I do agree and grant the argument. Like even when me and nobody talk about morals, I grant the fucking argument. Like if I look at it from that perspective, yes, you can say that morals are objective in that context, but it's not holding to the morals, i.e. something that is derived from the mind, to be literally objective. It's just holding to an objective way to see it in accordance with like how it externally affects things on an objective level and how people on an objective level are perceived by other people. It's not looking at a like literally morals, i.e. the principles to determine right from wrong are literally objective. It's not saying that at all. Even Ian agrees with that. That's why Matt Dillahunty granted it.
Oh, off topic. Catholic, you need to send me that paper so I can read it. We can actually debate the B theory thing.
Oh, on free will, that's right, with Leibniz understanding of it. Yeah.
That's going to be an interesting conversation. I think if we get me, you, and Ogar to do that, I think that'll be a really cool conversation. Once I actually read up on it, anyway.
I'm still pissed about your fucking first law thermo arguments.
Well, I know you don't want to admit it, but I'm right. It follows law of conservation follows Noether's theorem, and Noether's theorem only applies if time translation.
Its theory does. The theorem doesn't say that first law isn't held. It also doesn't say that conservation isn't held. It holds that the conservation is true.
Not with expansion, because it's moving.
Yeah, it does. It still does. I sent you screenshots of it, dude. Me and Cap both sent screenshots of highlights inside of that piece of paper with other sources that referenced it and showing how it agrees with conservation. It's not a debunk to conservation, which is why it's still a law of conservation.
I have a whole video of Blitz agreeing with me.
To a degree, yes, which I do too, motherfucker. Me and Blitz both agree to a degree. Yes.
W concession.
To a degree, you motherfucker. Yes, we don't hold conservation globally. Why? Or universally? Why? Because we cannot measure it. But there's no justification to state that it is not capable of being held globally and that it is false that it is held globally.
No, okay. Here's my point. In what am I trying to say? In theory, you could. But
yeah, in theory, fucking Hogwarts exists, motherfucker!
No, fucker, I was agreeing with you. I said, in theory, you could hold to it as a universal law, but with our current
I don't hold to it as a universal law. Exactly! But you stating that it does not hold universally is false. That is a false claim.
You don't know that.
I do, because it's not fucking proven. There's no evidence or justification to state that energy is created or rises in the conservation globally. It still holds locally and globally because there's no justification.
Globally, energy does increase.
It doesn't increase, it redshifts.
No. With expansion, there's an increase in dark energy.
No, it redshifts.
No, search it. With expansion, there's an increase in dark energy.
There's an increase in energy. It's like DES 2018 or some shit, right?
Yeah, I'm like probably agnostic on redshift on whatever.
No, its density is fixed. The total amount of dark energy increases proportionally with the expanding volume. This means that as space stretches, more dark energy appears, quote unquote, because it's also redshifting. There is no loss of conservation. That's what I'm saying. You're reading all of these sources and taking it at its. You're not like looking into
redshift
it.
Goes back in a quantum field. It's not necessarily lost.
Correct. That's why I say it's not fucking debunking conservation.
No, but with expansion it is. That's my point. I'm not like focusing on redshift. I'm focusing on expansion.
I will say he is LARPing as a theist very, very, very well.
Thank you, Catholic.
Okay, like my point is, as it appears from these fields, it is also disappearing into these fields. It is still conserved equally.
So where's it come from?
The fucking fields, like we both just said.
What field? The empty fields coming from
the quantum.
Which one?
Energy.
Energy quantum field? That's
oh my
vague.
god. Am I ignorant? Yes, very. But there's still no justification to assume that energy is literally created or literally destroyed. Therefore, conservation is still held.
No, but it does increase.
As it also equally redshifts.
Well,
so as it also equally dissipates.
Yeah,
because it doesn't increase.
Field,
it look at my face. It increases. It increases. It also dissipates. It also is destroyed. It's completely conserved.
So
it's conserved.
Ask Google if the total energy.
I just read it to you.
The total
I just
energy
read it to you.
With expansion. The total energy.
Okay, so here's what we got.
If I'm wrong, I'll become a flat earther.
If you're wrong, you'll become a flat earther. That's crazy.
Yeah. I'd be better in angels, that's for sure.
Oh, I have to do globally. Because it's still agreeing with me. I want to give you the most benefit of the doubt. Okay, global energy demand and expansion. All right, so it grew by 2.2% faster than the 1.3% average. Electrification, digitalization, climate and weather, economic growth. So this is going to be an increase of 2.2%. Now let's look at, does energy decrease?
Wait, I think that's talking about like energy on Earth.
Yeah, that seems energy.
Is that what it said?
Yeah. You have to say with expansion, or it's gonna.
I did. I have. Does total energy increase with expansion globally?
Oh shit.
Yeah, that's global, like the globe.
Yeah,
no, globally in physics applies to like on a
but
global
Google
scale of everything.
Yeah, I
that
know,
way.
but Google doesn't know.
Let's
you're
do
talking
universally.
Yeah, I guess that's true.
That's annoying.
Google
Universally.
doesn't know their own fucking terms.
Google
Does total
AI
energy
not
increase?
being good.
Right? And local. Duh. Where's the total? Oh my god. Okay.
Here, let me look at it.
Jesus fuck. It's showing big think. Let's look at what they say. So this is going to be the explanation for the increase globally.
Actually, I read off of Big Thing. Great source to read off of.
Okay, key quiz. One of the most important laws in all of physics is the conservation of energy. That energy can change forms but can never be created or destroyed at a fundamental level. However, that's only true because there's an underlying symmetry that the universe obeys, a time translation symmetry that's the same from one moment to the next. Only that's not true in the expanding universe. The universe is different from one moment to the next. As a result, energy is not conserved with truly cosmic implications. You can't see my highlights.
Booyah.
Brother, but it... Oh my god. Go look up, does energy decrease this equal amount?
I think the total net increases. Nobody, it didn't work. I tried like LARPing and actually making it an argument and it didn't work.
Yeah, your voice is too wrecked.
I know.
I tried as
like-
well. I tried as well, but you want to know who sold me? You want to know?
He's about to dick ride me, so I just want to let that be known.
All right, buddy.
I should have like came in Australian or something.
No, that would have made me angry, bro.
Oh, are you one of those?
Disgusting. Just vile. Evil.
Tell you what, the largest percentage of like individuals that I've met have been flat earthers are Australian for some reason.
They know. They just know. They're on the bottom of the world. Why do you think they know?
So, Cody, do you agree if something is mostly flat, then it's probably flat?
Mostly flat, then it is flat.
If an
No,
apple is mostly
it's
poisoned,
probably
is
flat.
the apple poisoned?
it could probably be flat, I suppose. Yeah.
Yeah, so it's probably flat if it's mostly flat. Is the world 75% water?
Yeah.
Oh my god, water finds its level. Let's go.
No, is water uncarbonated?
Yeah.
Get shit on.
What?
I mean,
Oh, damn.
Oh, he got you. Yeah, he actually did get you.
that'd be a concession.
Is
Did I
this
heard
like
on
your
Dr.
evil
Plus?
persona?
Yeah.
I
and
think
when
I'm
switch
too
accounts, I just
ignorant
have to
on
learn.
time symmetry
Okay.
to be able to argue this.
By the way, I just hope you know, Soba, I'm gonna go on a different account, change all the details of the account. I'm gonna just go up on your panel and just lob tug on you. And there's
Yeah.
just nothing you can do against
I'm
it.
just gonna say no.
Okay, well, we'll see.
Your
Someone
voice is
asked Dr.
recognizable. You cannot.
No,
do
it's
that.
not, bro. I
Yeah.
go up on panels and every motherfucker's like, oh my god, who is this? I gotta be like, yeah, by the way, it's me for the
I'm gonna
17th
grant the
time.
global lack of conservation just because I'm way too ignorant. So I'm gonna grant that energy conservation is not held globally, of which I already granted, but I'm gonna grant the way that you state it.
Yep.
But there's still no. It doesn't come from external.
That's fine. I agree.
So like that's my point when I'm talking about this. Like there's
Yeah, I
no
agree, but I do
justification to believe that it's coming from somewhere other than inside of its own system.
By the way, if you just appealed to say it's like it could be an emergent property of space, you would just. shit
We
on
both
that.
agree on that.
Yeah, we agree on that, but the total energy does increase because the total amount of space is increasing.
You're saying instead of emerging, there's literally new.
Yeah, there's new energy, so the law of conservation doesn't apply.
Sober, are you doing a live today?
I don't know how much I agree with that one. I'll have to look
Probably
into it.
not. I'm planning on eating sushi, and normally when I eat sushi, I get
bloated.
It sounds like you shouldn't be
large.
eating
do a
sushi.
lot.
like I get my user named.
Do a live. Do a live.
Do a live?
What are you
Why
putting
don't
on your
you
sushi?
do a live?
I don't know. Every time I eat sushi, I always get crunk. I don't know why.
What did you say, Ultra?
I said, why don't you do a live, begging other people to do lives?
Yeah, sin.
Listen, brother.
Sin.
Listen.
Yeah, Jaden,
Sin.
you want to stream 24/7? Just fucking do it.
Listen,
Jaden,
here's the
Is
problem.
your name
is
sin to
I
the power
don't-
of sin?
No. It's because I'm called a sinner all the time. So I just thought, why not roll
Oh
with
my!
it?
It's because he
But
wants to be
anyway.
edgy. Don't let this guy lie, bro. It's just like
No, that's literally
my
honestly-
life is covered in
I
sin.
guess.
I am the sinner.
I
Come
guess,
on.
bro, if you want to think that way. But anyways, yeah, I can't do lives at the moment. I don't have a microphone. And as you
You're
guys know, whenever my
How are you
microphone
not? How
and
are you
my
talking to
laptop-
us right now?
I do it
Jaden?
on my phone.
No,
What
I'm
do
on
you
my
do?
phone. I don't do
Yes.
lives on my phone. I do
Why
lives on
not?
my laptop.
Oh, this
Why
bougie
not?
bitch.
You
I
don't
mean,
even
I do
show your
also-
face anyway. It doesn't. It's not like the.
Oh, when
the
did
camera
Nietzsche
like-
leave?
I don't know. He left.
He
a
left
while
ages
ago,
ago.
but I do.
Oh.
I prefer
He left
to
around the
do
time
live-
Wasted came up.
Yeah,
Oh.
he was kind of. I have an aura.
Green aura.
Yeah, I've chatted
Right.
with Nietzsche quite a bit about those metaphysics. And it's the same thing with like me and UCT. It's like he grants certain things that aren't actually epistemically justified, and that is why I can't grant them. Like if you guys could provide some sort of demonstrable justification, I would grant either Catholicism or Buddhism or whatever the fuck we're talking about.
I think if anyone's going to convince me, it's probably going to be Catholic, unfortunately.
1000%. Nietzsche's got
Why
good
unfortunate?
arguments.
Because I don't like
Why,
losing.
why is that
Different
unfortunate?
He took offense to that.
'Cause I don't like losing.
So, but I'm gonna convince you of Catholicism right now. Why are you not
Pass.
Catholic?
Wait, you don't like losing, but you've talked with Deathless Light. What are you talking about?
Oh, you know what? That's my bad.
That's another, bro. Actually, you just took it out to Cody right there. Like,
You know.
Oh, how's it feel to lose?
why are you not a Catholic? Sober, come on, tell us.
Because in spite.
In
spite
spite,
of what?
pure spite.
Yeah, I get fucking countered.
In spite of what, huh?
In spite of the Catholicism?
In spite of Catholicism, you're not
Yep.
a Catholic.
To spite Catholicism.
Because I'm scared of water and I don't want to get baptized.
Why?
Whoa, that was fucking slippery slope.
Why?
You know you can have sprinkles instead of getting dunked, right?
Oh no
Essentially,
shit.
You can't. No,
That's
you can't. You
hilarious.
get drowned. You literally get drowned.
I thought
Why?
you would get, like,
drowned.
Why
I
are
thought
you
you go
scared? Why
Bobby
are you
for
scared? No,
apples.
answer the question. Why are you scared? You're dodging. Why are you scared?
Oh my god, Ultra. I'm gonna make you take a banana for the shape and not the taste.
Dude, Ultra's such an Australian.
Okay, you need to chill out, bro.
No, dude, you're
getting
such an
too
Australian.
disrespectful. Don't play.
You guys know if we had to fight
Aye,
kangaroos-
papi!
Kangaroo talk.
Aye, papiola!
So I heard something about taking a banana for the shape, and I'm interested.
Te amo, amigo.
4D will be hearing about this. For you, Cody. For you, Jaden. And for you, Sober. I don't know.
So anyways, abiogenesis is 1000% debunked.
Oh.
Your mom.
Sure.
I hate to do this, but there are too many of us up here, and I am now incapable
fine. I
of
know I was gonna be kicked anyways.
I'm going to get
incapable of
chicken,
having
so this
back and
works
forth
out.
arguments. I say, I hate to do this. I really do. Ravis and CT should stay.
That's fine. I need to go get chicken anyways.
I'm curious about the abiogenesis being debunked. Then.
How do you respond to Spud Cell, Cody?
Spud, I don't know what that is. What?
Whoa, search Spud Cell. It's very much in favor of abiogenesis.
Oh, is it?
Yes, extremely.
I don't know what that is.
If you read up on that, if anyone like questions abiogenesis, that's really good evidence. in
Spud
favor.
cell.
Yeah.
DM me some shit on that.
They
Send me
basically-
some links on the time translation. I know you have in the past, but do it again like a good boy.
Yeah. Oh, whoa. So now you're not getting any papers.
Oh, now we should be getting more favors.
Okay.
Yeah, now
I'm
we
gonna
should be
head
getting
out, but-
more.
Catholic, you better send me those.
I will when I get a chance. Like I said, I need to double check my Leibniz reading history essentially.
Okay.
But it had something to do because I read it in college and it had something more so to do with contingent
College.
and
Imagine
necessary
being a nerd.
contingent and necessary truths, and the professor was able to help link it to the omniscience free will question. So I'm not sure if it's like directly related in the text, but it was
Interesting.
helpful.
I think
Okay.
Jaden would have some things to say about that.
Huh? What would I have something to say
Nothing.
about?
You missed it. You got to pay attention, buddy.
Bible boy.
I heard free will.
That sounds like a
My
tracking
ears
error.
picked up.
So basically,
was.
CT thinks free will is possible under B theory. I don't think it is.
Under a
I
contingent
don't-
necessary truth, correct?
I don't engage with time theories. I'm too ignorant on them.
Sober would love to teach you.
I know a guy.
He's been
I know
confused
a
on it
guy.
before. I was at his live and he was confused himself.
Well, I mean,
Yeah,
all of
because
us have certain
got-
aspects that we fall short in.
Well, no, this guy came up and just like manipulated me. He like gaslighted me into thinking I was wrong.
Deathless has never
Didn't even
gaslit
verify.
anybody. What are you talking
You're
about?
right.
You just got to take the L.
Pensive disagreed with you as well. Nobody was agreeing with you.
What do you mean? We were
On
talking
what?
about A theory.
Yeah, no, when Pensive down in the comments was disagreeing with you, and then once you got on the panel, he still did. You guys just didn't talk about it.
No, he did not disagree with the A theory take. Maybe his B theory is different than mine, but that's because eternalism is different on the person. But A theory, the guy came up saying you can have two presents that are equally real via the person based on some presents being different than others, but there's one universal present in A theory. So that's not possible.
No. That was I'm referring to your contention saying that B theory, A theory doesn't account for fucking something time.
Time dilation.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Pensive was
it's not
disagreeing
allowed.
with you there. Yeah, pensive. That's where
Pensiv's not right in that aspect. I'm 100%. I'm 100% on that.
What's annoying is I believe sober, even because like even when I say sober's full of shit, like I know he's most likely correct, and I'm just an ignorant asshole.
No, Pensive is a physics student, but when it comes to A theory, time dilation cannot survive in the same sense.
Is Pensive the one that works at CERN currently?
No, that's Various.
That's Various. Okay. I have questions for Various.
Various is a fucking smart guy.
Jesus. He's what?
Various is in the live. He's in the live.
Oh, Various, you're here? We haven't chatted in way too long.
Too, bro.
Oh, and somebody else is here, by the way. Monkey Boy.
What's up, Monkey Boy? Miss you, Daddy.
Dude, I just started studying like just all the normal logics, like propositional logic and all that shit. It is
obnoxious.
It's not difficult, but like it's very obnoxious. That's the word.
Obnoxious as fuck.
If you want, I've been watching this YouTube video where it's going over philosophy, like it's lectures, it's academics, and he breaks it down very simply, very easy to understand. Like if you want, I can send you over his channel, but he's fucking awesome.
That's cool. I'll do that. All right, I'm gonna go get chicken.
Deuces, get me some.
Peace.
Ciao. What the fuck? Hey, mods, has he just been going off like that? Is that what's going on? Is that just consistent? What's going on here?
I just noticed it just now. But that doesn't mean it hasn't been going on for a while. I'm playing Pal World, so there's a good chance I didn't notice it.
You playing what?
Pal World.
How much does that cost on Steam?
Yeah, I think $30 at most.
Is it worth it?
I know if there's somebody that I think would get along best with CT, is going to be Anglican. I know you don't know who that is, but he's a buddy of mine.
You know everyone.
He's insanely well read. He's going to be doing lives late August, he said, but he I think if there's anybody that can convince me of God, it's going to be him.
You guys really make me think about and if he ever existed. Who, Jesus? I'm personally a mythicist.
I've kind of gotten taken over to the side of what's it called? Fucking where there's multiple Jesuses.
Well, yeah, let me ask you this. Is Hercules real and did Hercules exist?
Nada.
Okay, well, it's the exact same thing. It was based on an actual person. So if you can say that Hercules didn't exist, you can say Jesus didn't exist, even though the myth of Jesus does exist. The myth of Hercules exists.
Yeah, I was going to say, wasn't Hercules based on a Greek king or something?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Same as Gilgamesh as well. Like all the epics are not necessarily true stories, but it's based on an actual person. So it's like,
CT for context.
Heck, that's even true for like the...
He makes that response to me bringing up Josephus and his account of Jesus, saying that since Josephus wrote about Hercules and he wrote about Jesus, it seems to be that he's just writing about things that people believed in.
Well, that's what Josephus did. He wasn't alive during that time anyway. He was just accounting what people believed historically.
Yeah,
he's a historian. Yeah, he was a Jew too. He didn't follow Jesus. He just said people believed that Jesus was the Messiah.
If you really want... Because I know you know who Sir is, but me
actually
and him
that part is that part where it was like if he could even be said to be a man, or like that specific part is thought to be forgery,
interpolated,
or at least added on to. Yeah,
I have a tough part with like Tacitus, because whenever I talk with CBJ, he shows, like, if we go on to CBJ's website, we can see the edits and whatnot of Christus. So like CBJ's like my number one stilometry expert.
So look. GE has been...
I haven't watched GE's response on it yet. I need to talk to him. We have to get a call together anyway.
I told him to message you about figuring out how to get the
viewer. Dude, for the last like 7 months, me and GE have been like, yo, we need to talk to each other. Then we don't. It's the same for what's her name, who's I'm supposed to be working with I can't remember her name right now. Oh, shucks. what's her name? Where's it at? Ryan Coltastic. I'm supposed to be getting together with her as well, but like all of us just fucking suck at reaching out. Like,
if you really want, because Sir's the one who convinced me of the position, and I took a bunch of notes and a bunch of shit. If you want,
I've chatted with Sir on it.
Yeah,
I don't grant his. I just have way too high of epistemic expectations.
Yeah, I think your issue is that you're expecting a lot more of Jesus if he truly existed or
not. Well, yeah, of course, because we do it for literally everyone else in history. I believe in Genghis Khan because we have fucking evidence of contemporary. We also have his fucking bloodline. We don't have that for Jesus. I do believe in Julius Caesar because, again, we have contemporary and his bloodline. We don't have that for Jesus.
To be fair, I think I read somewhere that like 2% of the entire world population
is Genghis Khan. Yep.
Yes.
Yep. Yeah, like we have all this evidence, especially DNA evidence for these historical figures, and none for Jesus. So yeah, I have a very sound justification for not believing it.
The problem that you're going to run into is that if Jesus was a real man, we wouldn't expect a lot of evidence for him. And
yeah,
the reason for that, no, you like if we remove the miracles and everything.
Yeah, remove the miracles, and there's still an apocalyptic street preacher that would have been written about,
which was very popular. Like there were a lot,
and there were a lot of contemporary writings.
Not honestly, like the only ones that really were interested in writing about it was Josephus, and then the reason why Tacitus was concerned about writing it was because of the political movement regarding the Christians at the time that he was writing.
I'm actually under the impression that Tacitus was only talking about the Nicene, or not Nicene. What is it? The Seraphim Christus.
So go on Discord real quick. I sent you. I'm pretty sure I copy and pasted all of it, but what me and Sir went over, so if you ever want to look at this, I would suggest you do.
Yeah, I don't grant his arguments. I don't think he's epistemically hard enough. Because if we grant that, then there's a lot of other mythologies we can grant as well, including the existence of Hercules. Which I'm so epistemically harsh that I have to stay consistent. I love Sir, and he's an absolute genius. Sir has absolutely bodied me in this argument. But then I take Sir's argument and I go to CBJ, and CBJ absolutely bodies me.
So
Epistemic wants to come up.
The thing is,
okay, let's get Epistemic up real quick. Let's put this on pause.
All right.
I would love to chat with Sir again about it, though. I'll have to reach out to Sir.
And also my friend Anglican is in here. He goes by a different name now. I just added him down in the comments.
What's up, Epistemic?
What's good? Host, let's skip the BS and the comedy for once. I was curious, have you heard fine-tuning as far as analogical induction to say if, theism is more plausible than atheism, and then the set of premises would be premise 1, God is a rational, a necessary being. Premise 2, through analogical induction, rational minds coexist with other rational minds. This is where it would follow some preference, disjunctive, and you can run it through like an antecedent, a destructive dilemma where either of the conditionals are true, where it just states rational minds are the types of things which are observable of other rational minds, or there's a preference of a rational mind to create rational minds. Would you agree with that statement?
I have no clue what the fuck you just said, dude.
So, okay. If God is granted as a maximally great omniscient being...
Does that make him real?
We're getting to that.
No, by definition, that is likely. Sure. By definition, that could exist. Now demonstrate that it does.
Wait, trivially or analytically?
Whatever the fuck you want to hold to, bro. I'm not a Phil, bro.
You want to hold? No, yes, you are.
No.
Okay. Do you understand the difference between?
Nope. Would you like to epistemically justify the existence of a god?
Sure.
Go for it.
God is going to be the lowest manifestation of a mind, The lowest.
So you just
manifestation-
redefined all-powerful creator of the universe into a brain. Cool. God exists.
No. The second premise is going to be the entailment.
I don't grant
relation.
premise 1, dude. You just redefined God. No, I don't grant that at all. The definition of God is all-powerful triomny creator of the universe. You just redefined it as a brain.
Okay. Can consciousness exist absent the brain?
Nope.
No, it can't. Perfect. So
That has nothing to do with God. You want to try that again without a category error?
How is a category error?
Yeah, how does it connect to God? Because you just redefined God from all-powerful creator of the universe to a brain.
Having given the antecedent. Yeah.
No, try that again in
So-
layman terms. Explain
Yeah,
what you just tried to say.
Yeah, so through the destructive dilemma. As I've tried to-
Layman! If you can't
I'm
layman, you have no
exploring-
fucking clue what you're talking about, and I'm dropping
I'm
you
trying
immediately.
to
Layman it.
I'm trying to.
No, you're not.
It's going to be two conditionals, and the conditional is an if and or statement.
Is that layman
Is
enough
that
for you
all?
guys? I could understand that one.
So it's like saying, for example, if it's raining outside.
No, I got you.
what-
I just don't like Philbro bullshit, so I'm seeing if everyone else is cool with it. No, that didn't work for you. Cool, we're not going to accept it. Layman it again.
So a conditional statement is an if and or statement. An if and or statement.
Cool. If God
is also-
exists, now demonstrate God exists. Because I'm asking for epistemic justification, not a logical argument. Let's say you have a logically sound argument. Epistemically provide a soundness to it. Logic doesn't make things exist. Logic demonstrates if we're thinking coherently or not.
Well, soundness is a property of coherency.
I said epistemic soundness, dude.
Sure,
Yeah,
so
it is
if you-
logically
But
coherent.
But coherency does not entail soundness. So just
No,
because something is
that's not what
coherent, you
I said.
can't. Well, I'm just saying, you had said, soundness is a property of coherency, and all I was saying is basically a precautionary thing of just because something is coherent does not mean you then get to say that it is now sound. Just so
Exactly.
that way, then we're all on the same
And logic
page.
still requires epistemic justification. So I said
Sure.
epistemically justify it, not logic.
Yeah, so do you want it through a means of internal?
No, I want you to demonstrate a God, right? Does this God interact in this world? Yes or no?
He does.
Wonderful. Demonstrate that. Thank you.
Sure. So premise 1.
Nope.
God
I
is
said
God.
demonstrate the actions that God interacts in the world.
And I'm trying to do.
No,
so.
you're not. You're trying to run away from your epistemic justification. Your
I'm
name is
giving you-
epistemic. Provide it.
I'm giving you a foul.
No, you're not. You're failing miserably, and it's really pathetic. Can you demonstrate God
wait.
interacting in the world? Go
Ho-
ahead. Nope,
ho-
nope,
ho-
nope,
what-
nope.
what
Tracking
was
error,
the
tracking
answer?
error, low tier, low tier. So I want you to demonstrate God interacting in this world. Go ahead. You don't need a
Just that
logical
way, then you
syllogism.
just that way you understand what Cody is asking for, epistemic.
No, I know
you
what he's
made,
asking for, but he keeps spoken out every.
You
5
made an
seconds.
empirical
It's
claim,
a foul
dumb
list.
yeah, you made an
Wait,
empirical claim. To
empirical?
demonstrate an empirical claim
Wait, I'm
cannot
not
be
a
done
pragmatist.
via.
What does empiricism have to do with this?
You made an
Because
empirical
if-
claim.
No, I
if
do not.
God
I made an
yes, you,
epistemically justifiable
no,
use of
You
coherentism.
said God interacts with the world.
Yep.
That
Wait, no, I
is
did
an
not say that.
empirical
You did.
claim.
You did.
Wait,
You did.
wait, put
So what I did
$500,
was I put you into a corner and I put a bed sheet over your
$500,
head and I proceeded to absolutely
bet
rhetorically
$500.
skull fuck you, and you don't like it now, so you're
Absolutely,
running
which
and
is
backpedaling.
necessary, which is not going to
Which
be
is
aligned
necessary with
epistemic certainty.
Stop the Philbro bullshit. Act like you know what you're talking
Bet
about.
$500.
Break everything
Bet
down.
$500. Bet $500 with me right
All right,
now.
my PayPal is on the screen right now.
All right. Do you want to go into TikTok Studio and replay the live?
What you're gonna do is be
Okay.
quiet. Let's get epistemic up real quick. Let's put this on.
How is it? When did I say?
Yeah, how does it
when
connect to
did I
God?
ever say that is interactive?
You need to stop talking. Because you just redefined God from all-powerful creator of the universe to a brain. I just don't like Philbro bullshit, so I'm seeing if everyone else is cool with it. No, that didn't work for you? Cool, we're not going to accept it. Layman it again. Cool, if God exists, now demonstrate God exists. Because soundness to it. Logic doesn't make things exist. Logic
Is a property of coherency.
I said epistemic soundness, dude.
Until soundness.
Logically coherent.
But coherence. Well, I'm just saying, you had said, soundness is a property of coherency. Does not mean you then get to say that it is now sound.
So I said
Sure.
epistemically justify it, not logic.
Yeah, so do you want it through a means of internal?
No, I want you to demonstrate a God, right? Does this God interact in this world? Yes or no?
He does.
Okay, don't ever fucking gaslight on my goddamn show ever again, you lying piece of shit. My PayPal's on the screen. I'll accept 500 via PayPal.
So it's funny how you jumped.
Hey, how
to
about go fuck yourself?
epistemically-
You made an empirical claim that God interacts in the world. Thank you. Come again. Or don't, fucking loser. I don't like liars.
That was disappointing.
Get fucking destroyed, you Phil Bro loser.
I haven't had to say much at all this time around. Shit.
Phil Bros, you will never fucking win. Ever.
We normally have good conversations with epistemic.
Yeah, usually epistemic's pretty chill, but the second you start doing the Phil Bro rhetoric and running down all these big ass words that you're incapable of breaking down, I know you don't know what you're talking about.
What's sad is that if you read a lot.
Oh man.
Yeah, Brodo, part of philosophy is epistemology. How do you know what you're talking about is true? Philosophy still requires evidence. Philosophy isn't just a magical scapegoat. You don't just get to say, oh, it's a philosophical conversation. Yeah, that means that you're still having to see how you know something is real in our reality or not, and whether it's a metaphysical claim alone, and if it's logically coherent and the logic alone is what's able to make it true based on definition, or if it's actually some sort of an existing ontological thing that we can demonstrate empirically or not. So philosophy is not an scapegoat in order to, well, God is philosophical and therefore we don't have to demonstrate anything. Incorrect. If your God never interacts in the world, wonderful. Let's talk about it logically and definitionally and see if there's any rationale behind believing in it. But if your God interacts in the world in some empirical way, like i.e. creating the empirical universe, then you have to demonstrate that using science.
Also like the new name, by the way.
New name? Oh, of Jaden?
Yeah.
Well, mine.
Yeah. I had no idea who you were for the longest fucking time. When you messaged me, I was
Dude.
so confused.
Dude, I kept on saying, it's Jaden, you motherfucker.
Yeah, I didn't know who you were either.
See, look, I was gonna come up and troll him, and then Ultra sold the bag. I was gonna do what Sober did.
Silver pissed me off for a second there.
I know.
I'm super easy to troll.
I gotta ask, dude, why the fuck are you always on that, like, Tato live, whatever the fuck his name
Tolto?
is? No.
Oh.
Spo.
Who?
Yeah.
Are you talking to Ravis?
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
Toto.
Toto's how you call it?
Yeah,
he's
he's
fucking
cool.
stupid.
He's not
I
very
like him.
smart, though. So what I like about Toto is that he understands points, and that like when you show
No, he
him to
doesn't.
be. What do you mean? Like every time I've had a conversation with him,
Me
like-
and him down in the comments, he was sitting there because I had said that atheists can sin based on the fact under the Christian worldview. This is a worldview clash to move this claim. And then he just sat there and kept on saying that I'm not an atheist for saying that, when he's not even understanding what the fuck his claim is. It is a worldview comparison is what his claim is. If you say atheists cannot sin, you have to prove that the Christian worldview is false and that your worldview is correct. And that's all I was saying.
It depends on the Christian worldview, honestly. Like for example,
Regardless.
because in Catholicism,
in Catholicism,
sins
you
are-
assume it's wrong.
so in Catholicism, like for example, the sins that you need to be worried about are mortal sins, and in order for a sin to be considered mortal, it needs to be grave matter.
You're not missing. You're missing my point here. My point is just Christian, that any Christian fucking doctorate, any denomination that holds to sin, especially denominations that say that everybody's a sinner, you would have to prove those false to prove that claim correct. And in response, all he could say back was, "You're not an atheist," and he just kept on saying it. That shit's fucking annoying, and just shows a level that he can't interact with.
Yeah, I wasn't saying that how he was treating you or what he was doing was correct. I was just saying that, like, technically speaking, there are Christian worldviews that do say that it's either harder for atheists to sin, or depending on how strict you are with the worldview, that atheists can't sin.
Yeah, like, I don't know. I just find people like that annoying. I see it a lot within the atheist community. It's any pushback from fucking anybody. They don't listen, and it's just very annoying.
Well, yeah, I mean, like, so there are plenty of people who are going to be like, "Oh, you're not an atheist." Like for instance, Zipsop. I love Zipsop, right? He was one of the first people I met when I first started coming out of TikTok and stuff. Great guy, genuinely. But Zipsop is one of the, it frustrates me. Zipsop will say some shit like, "Oh, well, you like if you're a Christian."
Yo, Odd Man, thank you for the 2 super chat. You're an absolute legend. Everyone W's to Odd for that super chat. You guys have been absolute legends today with the super chats. Pretty hilarious. Nobody, I know he's not here, but fuck you. You're hilarious though.
Oh, and also capitalism. I'm always
collapsitilism.
Yeah, however you say that. But I messaged you on Discord. Whenever you're free, send me a message back. But yeah, I mean that, like, the only reason I asked that is because I see you like over at Z's panel too. I don't really like showing up there because they don't understand about anything or fucking like it. I don't know. Certain groups of people just piss me off, and unironically, a lot of the times it's more the atheists than what the theists piss me off.
You also love drama though, dude.
No, this isn't drama. This is just like general, like, for an instance, there's atheists that will just sit there and be like, "Oh, there's no evidence for God," and when you press them on that positive claim, which you can
not a
defend
positive
that,
claim.
I know you defend that, but they don't.
No, that's not a positive claim. I make the claim that God does not exist. That is a positive claim. Saying there's no evidence for something is a negative claim.
If you were to look, okay, if I were to say there's no evidence of a unicorn,
yeah, that's a negative claim. So you don't, that's why it's a negative claim.
No, that's a positive.
No.
Well, real quick, because this is like a non-issue, so to speak. The burden of proof doesn't care whether a claim is positive or negative. All that matters is whether a claim has been made. The reason why it gets so confusing in the theist-atheist debates is, ironically or enough, is due to a semantics issue regarding the term atheism. In the academic sphere, atheism is the negative claim. It is the claim that God does not exist. Theism is the claim that God does exist. And agnosticism is, I don't know. I am unconvinced of either side.
Right, but
what I was going to get to,
I
not
don't grant
necessarily.
that.
No, agnosticism does not have to back up their
Now,
position.
well, okay, here. Let me explain it this way. Evolution is a true thing. If I say there's no evidence for evolution, then I have a burden to debunk something that is proven. But if I say there's no evidence for unicorns, then I don't have a burden to prove it because it's an unproven claim. Evolution is a proven claim.
What's the distinction
what I was going to get at is
saying? What is the distinction between me saying there is no evidence for God and there is no evidence for fucking evolution? What's the distinction?
That evolution is a demonstrably true natural phenomenon.
Well, so this is something I've
justified your negative claim, right? So you have to justify
No.
If I may, because this is something I did a lot of research on, as far as, because this was something that annoyed me a lot. But so there's two aspects of a burden of proof. Cody, what you're getting at is the contestability of it. So, like, for example, if I said George Washington had wooden teeth, if I said that to people who accepted that and it's part of the general psyche and awareness of history, no one's going to push against it, so there's no burden of proof on me to support it. And the need for me to support it to someone who doesn't know it is quite simply pointing to the historical consensus of it. But if I was to say that George Washington had fairies in his garden, that is a controversial contested claim, so the burden of proof is defaulted onto me. But both of those claims have a burden of proof, but the level of proof required for them is different.
All right, I got a really good explanation for this too, if I may cut you off real quick. So this is Stack Exchange, but in philosophy and debate, the burden of proof usually falls on the person making a claim, either negative or positive. But while some person that negative claims are the default, while some argue that negative claims are the default and therefore require less proof, in practice, any claim, positive or negative, may require evidence to be persuasive, especially Jaden, especially if it challenges a widely accepted position. So if I say there is no evidence for a unicorn, the positive affirmation that there is a unicorn is not widely accepted. So the negation of there is no evidence for it is not requiring a burden of proof. Whereas if I say there is no evidence for evolution, which is widely accepted based on evidence and facts, then it would require a burden to debunk it.
And the thing is like, what is it? Y'all remember the whole controversy of claims are evidence?
No.
Oh, there was a whole thing with like Matt Dillahunty and another. I forget who it was.
Kevin,
but
was it? It wasn't it. I didn't. Alex O'Connor, another person, and Kevin Carnahan. They all three spoke on that as well.
That claims are evidence, and by that, like for example, you saying, "Hey, I got a cat," for example, you're claiming it. Like that's a claim. But because I know the quality of your character and, you know, all of these different things, that claim is sufficient evidence enough for me to accept the proposition Cody owns a cat. So what makes this...
Okay. I see my issue here.
So what makes the burden of proof really tricky is it's not a case of... you know, whether it's a positive or a negative claim, it also comes into one, especially in the atheist theistic debate, the negative claim and the lack of a position are very similar to the point of almost being identical.
Well, Adam put this greatly down in the comments. I think this is a good point to raise. The priors are the evidence, the claim is not. Right? Like you have.
We'll get Sarah up. He disagrees a lot as well. What's up, Sarah?
I agree that claims are evidence.
No, I know you do. I don't.
Yeah. Well, I think it depends on if the person making the claim is making a claim they have truth tracking capabilities on. So, like, if I make a claim that I saw a unicorn in a dream or something, that means unicorns exist. Well, there's no truth tracking ability there about whether or not unicorns exist. But if I make a claim that I saw something that I would have truth tracking capabilities on, like a car wreck or something, that is, of course, evidence for the claim.
So here's a claim. Last week I flew. I have evidence that I flew.
If the experience that you flew, if you have truth tracking capabilities on that experience, then it would be evidence for the claim.
Elaborate on truth tracking capability.
That means it's the kind of thing we would expect you would kind of know if it's true or not, or the kind of thing where, given reasonable faculties, you would have good reason to know if it's true or not.
So then all people have truth tracking capability. Therefore, all claims.
No, that's not true. I mean, I think things like religious experience, like if someone claims they spoke to God or something, those things aren't very truth tracking because a lot of times those kind of experiences can be explained outside of normal truth tracking. So it could be the kind of phenomena that causes you to have a hallucination or just a general religious experience. And those things aren't really tracking anything true.
Okay, compare it to something that is truth tracking then.
Yeah, like seeing a car wreck.
Okay.
obviously when someone sees a car wreck, they're generally tracking something that happened, right? So
based on
a
priors,
reasonable-
whether it's like typical or
well,
has
the
happened.
priors aren't. Well, the priors are going to establish how much evidence we might need to be convinced, right? But I don't think the priors are going to establish if it actually is evidence or not, because the thing that makes it evidence in the case of the car wreck isn't the priors; it's the fact that people can track that kind of thing truly. It's not the fact that we have prior examples of it.
Oh, something that's externally verifiable, so to speak.
Well, that might be a way to think of why we might have reason that someone can track it truly, but the reason all that means is, look, if someone makes claim X, right? If they generally have the ability to establish or know whether or not X is true, then that's evidence for X. Think of it like an expert, right? Think of it like an expert, okay? If an expert in a field makes a claim, that's going to be much stronger indication that the thing's true than someone that's not an expert in that field.
I would definitely agree that it raises probability, yeah.
The expert in the field has truth tracking abilities to the claim they're making.
Yeah, the reason why I brought that up was more so that like there are some claims where the burden of proof is so low that it's trivial.
Yeah.
Of which, let's say, there is no evidence for unicorns.
Like car wrecks
That
happen.
claim, yeah, like both of those, the burden of proof is so low for those claims that it's trivial that no one really pushes back on those. But for something like, say, the God question,
something extraordinary,
it's a lot higher, to the point where it's then demanded of the individual making that claim. The difference between and the reason why the negative claim misconception arises a lot is, especially in the atheist agnostic position, the burden of proof or the priors or expectation of the claim there is no evidence for God is almost identical to God has not yet been proven, which is the agnostic position. Because the agnostic position would also say that God has not yet been disproven, whereas the atheist might have some positive support for their claim. But again, it's almost like quote unquote trivially true between the two.
Burden of proof has to do with the flow of the dialectic, by the way. So like,
yeah,
it doesn't really matter if I'm an atheist or a theist, right? What matters is the flow of the dialectic. So like, if I'm having a conversation and someone comes up and joins the conversation and says, God's a fairy tale, right? I'm like, well, why would anybody accept that? Well, the person that just said God's a fairy tale has a burden of proof.
I agree with that,
It doesn't
just
really
because
matter who the atheist or theist there is. It's the flow of the dialectic.
Yeah, I don't know if you heard, the reason why it came up was the conversation of whether or not negative claims have the burden of proof. And
I agree that some do, dependent on circumstance or context.
But yeah, like it goes back to what you had brought up, Cody, about it being whether it's against the established norm. And in a conversation, in a dialectic, let's say two atheists are talking, and the dialectic norm of that particular conversation is God does not exist. Then I jump in, now I have the burden of proof.
Yeah.
But if the roles were reversed, then the atheist would have the burden of proof.
Yeah. And I hold the burden of proof. When I say God does not exist, or in particular, I say that Abrahamic God doesn't exist, I hold to a burden of proof just because I know it's so strong.
I don't know why, if an atheist was to make the claim, there is no evidence for God, they don't have that burden of proof.
Let's say this. So when I was saying there's no evidence for God, when I would elaborate, when someone said, what do you mean there's no evidence for God? What do you mean by that? I would further elaborate that I have not found that there is any sufficient evidence to justify the belief in a God.
I'm saying that some atheists just make that claim. They don't elaborate on it. It is simply there is no evidence for God, and I don't see how that doesn't put the burden of proof on them.
I would say it doesn't, because it's an extraordinary claim that there is the positive assertion that there is a God. Like, I wouldn't expect you to have a burden of proof for there is no evidence for unicorns, because that's an extraordinary claim to say otherwise.
It would be dependent on their justification for it. So like saying there is no evidence for God there, and that is why I say that positively that there is no God. now they're making an argument from ignorance fallacy.
That's fair.
So like that, I think that's what Jaden's trying to
Okay,
get at.
I can grant that. That's fair.
Yeah.
That's fair. I grant that.
Yeah.
Okay.
I should have elaborated further. That's
Okay. Sure.
yeah,
Sure. I can
yeah,
grant that.
that's
I try to hold myself accountable as much as I do everyone that I quote unquote debate against, just because, you know, first of all, I try to be as epistemically fucking hardcore as I possibly can, and then prove myself wrong as often as possible.
There is evidence for unicorns, though. I don't even know.
I mean, depending on definition
of course there's evidence. There's like hoof prints and stuff, right? That's evidence for unicorns. Well, yeah, it's more expected if unicorns exist that it'd be hoof prints. That's by definition what evidence.
If they existed, but that's what's being argued right now.
I mean, my favorite thing to argue is
evidence. That's what evidence is. It's if X is true, what would be expected, right? So if X, then P, we find P, that's evidence for X.
That's affirming
I don't
the
follow
consequence.
that. No,
If X,
that's
then
backwards.
P, yeah, it would need to be. So
No. That's what evidence is. It's under the conditions where X is true, P is expected, and then when we find P, that's evidence for X. It doesn't mean it confirms.
What if I give pushback to that?
I'm not making a deductive claim here. I'm just pointing out what evidence is.
I would push back on that. Go for it, CT.
The way that so the way that you formatted it, if X then P therefore X, that's
I should have said
affirming the
therefore.
consequence.
If I said therefore, that's not what I should have said. I'm just saying,
you said that's the form that you were going. I don't know if you said
this is just the Bayesian formula, right? The kind of things we would expect if P were true is evidence for P.
No.
So what the way that needs to be is premise one, P produces X. Premise two, I have found X, therefore P. It's not if P then X.
Evidence does not confirm the claim. Evidence just raises the probability of the claim. Okay? So if there's a scenario where P is true, and it makes an expectation that we would find X. When we find X, that's evidence for P.
Mm-mm.
That's all evidence is.
Yeah, and that's fine. I was more of saying that the if P then X.
Yeah, and I just clarified what I meant there. I meant if P was true, it would produce X. We would expect to find X. Right? So when we find X, it raises the probability of P.
Yeah, that's fine.
Like if it already exists and there's demonstrable data justifying that, then yes. If I'm going deer hunting and I see deer hoof prints, that is therefore evidence for a deer being there. But there's no evidence for the unicorn. So if I see a hoof print, I'm not going to assume possible unicorn.
The hoof print is evidence for both. It's evidence for both.
No.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
No, we'd have to follow the evidence.
You just don't even have an understanding of what evidence is.
Sure. Well, so we look at the hoof print and we don't assume, therefore, evidence for unicorn. We look at the hoof print and say, what could this be for?
It could be for both.
Cody,
we have to follow it.
I forget the name of the actual animal, but the nickname of it is the African unicorn. I think we got the first ever photos of it within like the last 10 years or so.
Sure. What is that supposed to be?
No. So like we had the evidence, but it hadn't been observed by people outside, I think, of the tribal community. But there was an animal that had like the body of a deer, but the hindquarters were striped like a zebra.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
That's really cool.
So like we knew it existed, we knew what it looked like, we had all of this evidence, but we hadn't demonstrated that it existed in the sense that you're talking about, like where we saw the actual thing in person until like 10 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
But I knew what it was, I knew what it looked like, and all of these different things, because like I remember this little animal puzzle I had when I was like 5 years old that had that creature as part of the puzzle pieces. But all we had was the testimony of the locals,
Mhm.
the droppings, and the hoof prints. Like we had all of the evidence that
Yeah.
pointed to it existing, but
Yeah.
we hadn't yet.
I would grant something
demonstrated-
like that. I would absolutely grant something like that. Like, even if we haven't seen it observably, I would definitely grant that we've got droppings and we have this entire tribe of people. So maybe this animal is native to this land, which is why it's not seen anywhere else. That's how I would think about it. But then I would follow those droppings and not say it's evidence for this unicorn, but I would say, what is this evidence for? Because it's presupposing.
You can have evidence for contrasting explanations. Like if I find, you know, a bloody weapon in a house, that's evidence for a murder, right? But that's
Right.
not evidence. It's evidence for contrasting hypotheses on who committed the murder.
I wouldn't state who committed the murder. I would say this is
And
evidence that something
Look,
happened.
We're not saying you believe in unicorns because you found hoof prints. That's not what's being said. What's being said is the hoof prints are evidence for the unicorn, just like the murder weapon or the murder weapon is evidence for the murder. It doesn't mean it's evidence for contrasting.
A hoof print is
explanations
evidence
on-
that there's a creature there, not a unicorn. The weapon
Yeah,
is
I
evidence that
think-
there was a schmurder. It's
No,
not
I
a gap
think-
at
Oh my
all.
God.
The
If
hoof
there's
print
a
is a
unicorn-
gap.
If there's a unicorn, would it predict hoof prints?
I don't think.
If it was, yes, but murder does
Okay, then
exist.
that's evidence for the unicorn
No.
if you find hoof prints.
No. No.
Okay, dude.
You got to follow the hoof print to see what it follows to. A knife
It-
already follows to a schmurder if it has blood on it and there is
Yeah.
some dead body. That's already following. There is evidence
Good.
for the schmurder.
All he's saying is that, like, for an instance,
I know what he's saying.
pretend-
He's wrong. It's okay.
Dude, pretend I wrote out a syllogism and I said, okay, P1, unicorns. P2, we would expect unicorns to leave hoof prints.
Correct.
Conclusion,
I agree with that.
at P3, we see hoof prints. Conclusion, that raises the probability of there was a unicorn.
I don't
That's
grant
all
that.
he's saying. Now, if you were to, because what you're saying, what you're really asking is why would we assume immediately under a hypothesis
Yeah,
that
you shouldn't presuppose anything.
is it?
That's not how that works. That's not how evidence works. There's no probability raising for a unicorn. There's no comparison for a probability in the first place because it doesn't exist. So the evidence of a hoof print would be evidence for a deer more than likely than a unicorn. There's absolutely
don't
zero
think-
probability for the unicorn. There's a
Wait,
70% for a
do you
deer.
Do you agree evidence is what raises the probability of an explanation?
No.
Okay, so how are you using the term evidence?
Facts and information leading to a true conclusion, Oxford Dictionary.
What does that mean?
Facts and information that lead to a true conclusion. I don't presuppose anything. Just because there's a hoof print doesn't
Well, how
mean
do
that
you
I'm going to
determine
assume
if
what it could be. I'm not going to assume what it could be. I'm going to say this is evidence. I'm going to look at it and follow the evidence 100% unbiasedly until I come to
But
a
how do you
conclusion.
determine which way it leads? Like what
By
kind of-
following it, yeah. Whatever data
What does
it's
that
got.
mean?
Well, if it's a hoof print, I'm going to follow that to animals, and I'm going to match it to different animals that we have in zoos or whatever, in labs. I'm not going to say there could be a unicorn.
Okay.
I'm going to see if it matches a unicorn. I'm going to follow the hoof print to what it actually leads to.
Suppose it matches two different animals.
Then we're going to do further testing.
What if there is no further testing? Would you say
Then
it's
we
evidence
leave
for
it
both?
unjustified. It's unconcluded.
How would there
There's
be no
a there's
So
a
you're
saying
saying-
in
Wait, I just want to get clear here. So, if we found a murder weapon in your house and there's 3 people that live in the house, if we don't know who the murder weapon is, you're saying we don't have evidence that anyone in the house committed a murder?
No, it's a category error. We're talking
We're
about
talking-
something that consistently happens and is not extravagant at all, plus a bloody weapon.
No, I'm just trying to get clear. On
That's
how
way
you're using the
different
term
from a
evidence.
foot. So like if I see a bloody knife, my first instinct is obviously going to be someone was probably harmed, right? Because that happens.
Okay.
I'm not trying to
Is that
prove
evidence?
that people can be harmed. If we see a footprint, you're trying to prove that a unicorn could exist.
Does it raise the probability equally of all 3 people in the house that committed the crime?
Yeah, they exist though.
Okay, so then
There's
you do
evidence
agree-
justifying that because we have prior evidence that
Wait.
people have to use a weapon. Therefore, a person had to have used the weapon. Therefore,
Okay,
one of the 3
okay.
people had to use it. That's evidence.
Okay, now let's say we find 2 different fingerprints on the weapon, okay? And the third person's fingerprints isn't on the weapon.
Mhm.
Now, would you still agree the third person, even finding the bloody knife in the house they live in, is still probability raising on them committing the crime?
I wouldn't make any assumption, dude. I would put it in a lab. I would follow the evidence to what it leads
No,
to.
no, I'm not asking you to make an assumption. I'm asking
You
if you
are.
think it's correct.
You're
What are you talking
100%
about? I'm
asking for
asking-
assumptions.
There's no assumption here. I'm asking.
I'm
if
not
there's probability
assuming
raising.
who murdered right off that. I'm taking the
No
knife
one's
and
talking.
doing
Why
lab
are you using the
tests.
word assume? Why are you using the word assume?
Because
I'm
you're
asking you-
assuming. You said that a
No, I'm
footprint
asking you if you
allows
make
you
the-
assume unicorns exist. That is an assumption. That is false. It is stupid. It is
Nobody said
epistemically
that.
wrong. You did.
Nobody said anything.
You said we saw a footprint, therefore it's probability raising for a unicorn. No, I'm not assuming a fucking unicorn. It doesn't
That
exist.
would be true. Whether
It's not
unicorns
evidence
exist
for
or
a
not.
unicorn. It's evidence that some animal was there. That's all it's evidence for. So a knife is evidence that something happened. It's not evidence that a murder happened. It's not evidence that someone cooked something. We have to look at the knife. We have to look at all the data in the house and follow the data to what it says. We don't make assumptions. We don't presuppose anything.
So are you saying the knife would not be evidence for the third person, that there's no fingerprints on the knife for?
No, I would look at the knife and see what it leads to. I would put it in a lab. I've answered this 3 times. What more do you want?
You haven't answered it at all.
I said no. I would look at the weapon and see what it leads us to. Is there blood?
Then
Is the
why
DNA
was it
matching to this
evidence-
person? Which part of the blade has this? Which fingerprint is
Wait a
the last
second.
one to touch it, etc.? There's so much to look at.
Wait a second. A minute ago, you said it was evidence for the person.
I have no
until
clue.
asked
I'm
if there was
confused
no
as fuck right now.
No,
All
a
I'm
minute
saying,
ago-
I have no clue what
I'm
you're
just-
trying to get at right here. All I'm saying is a knife is not
I'm just
evidence
trying
of
to
a
explain to
murder.
you what the fuck evidence is, dude.
I don't agree with you. I'm trying to help you. So
That's because
a
you don't know what you're
footprint
talking
is
about.
not
That's
evidence.
why you don't
I know
agree
you
with me.
don't. It's okay. So I know that a footprint is not evidence for a unicorn. It's evidence for an animal. To get evidence for a unicorn, we have to test the hoof print. Okay? And if that leads us to a unicorn, it's evidence for a unicorn.
Okay, I'm trying to give you an analogy to show
I know.
you
I'm
where
trying to
you're
help you out here. I'm trying to teach you. So when we look at a hoof print, it is not evidence for a magical gnome or a unicorn. It is evidence that something stepped there. Do you agree or disagree?
wrong. Well, it depends on if the creature you're talking about predicts the evidence.
Nope. So it predicts the evidence when we look at the evidence and match it to an animal. I'm trying to help you out here. So a hoof print is not evidence for anything except for there was an animal there. The hoof print is evidence for something walking. That is all it's evidence for. Something was here. That's all we know from a hoof
There's a
print.
prediction generated by the magical creature. That's evidence for the magical
Nope.
creature. if we
So
find
what we have is a hoof print, which is evidence that there's a hoof print that something was walking. It doesn't tell us what was walking.
Well, it's evidence for that too, right? So
No, it is only evidence that something was walking there. It doesn't tell us what was walking there. We have to look at it. We have to examine it. No fucking clue. But I do know that a hoof print is not evidence for whatever you want to say, buddy. So a hoof print is not evidence for gnomes and unicorns. It's evidence that something walked there. We have to look at it and test the evidence to see what it leads to. We don't assume and we don't presuppose. That is just fallacious as fuck. And you saying I'm wrong about that just shows that you're fucking stupid. Like, there's no point in fighting this.
there's some evidence that's
just to help-
stronger. There's some evidence that's more stronger correlated on an explanation, right? That's what's called.
There's absolutely no
explanatory.
probability for a unicorn until evidence says
that's what-
otherwise.
I think that's what you're talking about. That's called explanatory power, right? So I do agree with you that having the hoof would have higher explanatory power on the horse, but it doesn't take away that it's still not evidence for the unicorn.
So
There's no
real quick,
evidence
real
leading
quick,
it to a unicorn. There is no causal relation to a unicorn, therefore it's not evidence for a unicorn.
real quick, like what Cody is doing a really good job of trying to demonstrate essentially is a saying from Sherlock Holmes that I greatly appreciate. I try not to form theories until I have all the evidence.
Correct.
So what the point that Cody's getting at is like, I have a bloody knife. All that bloody knife on its own is enough to justify is some kind of event happened that
Yes.
caused the knife to get bloody.
I'm not
Could have
talking
been a
about
turkey.
justification. Right, you guys understand? We're not talking about justification right now. I'm talking about evidence.
The evidence is used to justify. You are correct in the sense that like evidence is used to justify a particular outcome, but
That's
a
not-
singular
no.
piece of
No, that's not what's being said. Okay, justification is when you have sufficient evidence for an explanation. You can have evidence for an explanation and it not be sufficient. This is like very kindergarten to understand.
It's very
You just
kindergarten to
contradicted yourself.
understand.
You contradicted yourself there, sir, because you said that evidence, like
What?
because you had said evidence is not a single piece of evidence is not justification for for the explanation. And then when you were trying to define what evidence was, you then talked about how it then leads to justification.
No.
Evidence,
Oh my God, dude! If you find a single piece of evidence, it can raise the probability. That doesn't mean it's going to raise the probability sufficiently enough to accept it when you consider the posterior probability, right? So if I have a piece of evidence, it might raise the probability slightly, right? That doesn't mean it's going to raise the probability sufficiently enough for me to accept the explanation.
You can look at it that way. I grant that, but no.
That's what evidence is. That's all it is.
Nope. Evidence is facts and information leading to a true
I
conclusion.
never said anything to the contrary. Never have I said anything to the contrary. Ever. Not once in this conversation.
You said a hoof print is evidence for a unicorn.
Yeah. That doesn't mean I'm saying the hoof print is proof that there's a unicorn or confirms there's a unicorn.
Evidence would be some sort of a justification for this thing to be true. Evidence, Oxford Dictionary, facts and information leading to a true conclusion.
Evidence is not justification alone. Justification requires more than evidence.
I disagree with you. So, evidence, Oxford Dictionary, facts and information. Here, let me teach you.
You can have evidence for something that's false?
Evidence, Oxford Dictionary, facts and information leading to a true conclusion. I am not taking a hoof print as factual information leading to the conclusion that magical unicorns exist.
Okay, if you can have evidence for something that's false, it's not justification.
Yes, absolutely, because we have people that are innocent in prison based on evidence that led to that false conclusion.
Okay, so evidence alone isn't justification, right?
Evidence increases the probability of the conclusion.
Uh-huh. When did I disagree with that?
So hang on, I'm getting there. So what Cody's trying to get at is, okay, I have evidence that an event happened. Seeing a hoof print raises the probability that some animal crossed there. Nothing else.
Yep.
A unicorn has not yet been defined or justified as an animal. So right now, a unicorn been shown? What is the probability of a unicorn existing?
Well, I don't know why that's relevant, but it probably
because we need to know what the probability is to then know if the evidence raises the probability or not.
No, you don't.
So what is
Probability requires comparison. Yes, you do. You have to demonstrate this thing to some degree for a probability analysis.
What are you, Catholic? You have no idea what you're talking about. Why are you even?
We know you don't, sir. We're trying to help you. I love you so much. You're incredibly smart. We have had amazing conversations, but this is just a stupid take.
No one that studies epistemology would agree with anything that's being said.
That's completely false. Humor.
I've studied epistemology.
Me.
Okay, but you don't.
Nobody.
You're saying evidence.
Alex O'Connor. Matt Dillahunty.
You're saying evidence is justification?
Jon Snow.
You're saying if you have evidence, that means you're justified believing something.
Bart Ehrman.
That is exactly what you said about the hoof print justifying the existence of the unicorn.
No, I didn't. I never said that. I said the evidence raises the probability of a unicorn.
How can it raise the probability for something that's not compared?
How can you raise the probability? How can you raise the probability of something that has zero probability?
What do you mean? Well, you can if it has zero probability.
Correct, and a unicorn has no comparative data.
Why would anyone?
Is it? Listen, is it possible that a unicorn exists? Yes. Is it probable? No.
Listen, if a unicorn has zero probability, you're saying it's not possible for it to exist.
False.
So if something's not possible for it to exist,
false. It is possible in some possible world for unicorns to exist. Is it probable? No. There's no comparative data to analyze it. No. I was in the middle of talking. You're interrupting. Get off the unicorn high horse. Get off of the high horse and pay attention.
Okay, let me know when you're done so I can talk.
The amount of times that you have tried to pull up how ignorant and stupid I am, fuck you. No, now I'm going to get big boy on you because you're annoying me now. We have been good buddies this entire time. We've never had an issue, but your take on this is just fucking wrong. For comparative analysis, i.e. probability, you have to fucking compare. This thing has to exist. This thing has to exist. You then can compare the probability of the odds of either of these being there, or the probability of which one is true. That's how probability works. It is possible that a unicorn exists. There is no comparative analysis to assume that. What you can do is it is a probability raiser for a deer. It's a probability raiser for a bear. Yeah, it's not a probability raiser for a fucking non-existent creature. No. You're objectively fucking wrong on this. And I'm getting sick of you trying to be like, you haven't studied. I obviously have. I'm schooling the fuck out of you right now. So get off of the high horse. It's annoying.
Is it my turn to talk now?
I'll allow it.
Okay, so a minute ago, Catholic said, if there's zero probability unicorn exists, and we find evidence, that wouldn't raise the probability that unicorns exist.
If a
Well, of
unicorn did
course.
exist, there would be probability,
Wait. Did I interrupt you just a minute ago?
No, because I had you muted. Before that, yes.
No, I went on mute and said, let me know when I can talk. And then I stayed on mute, waited till you're done, came off mute, and asked if I could talk now, right?
Fair enough.
Okay, so a minute ago, Catholic said that if there's zero probability unicorn exists, and we find evidence, that wouldn't raise the probability unicorn exists. Well, of course. And the reason why that's the case is because if there's zero probability unicorn exists, then that would mean unicorns are the type of things that cannot generate predictions, right? So if there's a common thing that cannot generate predictions, it would just be trivially true there can't be evidence for unicorns, right? But unicorns are the kind of things that can generate predictions, right? Because there's certain things that are said about unicorns that if they existed, we would expect to find. And if we find those things, that raises the probability of unicorns. That's different than saying finding that evidence is justification to believe in unicorns. This is like very simple
I can
stuff.
use the same argument for Hogwarts. I can use teachings from the fucking Harry Potter series that generate real life results. It doesn't have anything to do with the probability of Hogwarts being real or not. No, this is the same Filbro garbage that I get from daily idiots.
The other thing is that it would then need to, like, what type of unicorn are we talking about? Because definitionally, magic does not exist in this world. But if a unicorn is defined as a horse with a single horn that has magical properties, then definitionally, it does not exist in this world, so the probability of it existing is zero. If by unicorn you mean something that was historically mistaken due to false descriptions, like for example the Arthurian legend of the questing beast, the creature with the body of a deer, the skin color of a leopard, and the tail of a snake, well, that was describing a giraffe. And it is thought that a unicorn was an attempt to describe a rhino. So in that sense, sure, a unicorn does exist, but that's what I'm saying. It's like, what is being defined as a unicorn? What is giving the probability power for its existence? And if by unicorn we're talking about something that, so, you know, we talk about the different realms of like the logical realm, the metaphysical realm, and the physical realm. Something can be possible in the metaphysical realm, like say warp drive in Star Trek, that is impossible in the physical realm. But just because there's a probability or a possibility in the metaphysical realm does not mean that we can then ascribe or have that as a possible explanatory power in the physical realm. Because just because something is possible in the metaphysical realm doesn't mean it's possible in the physical realm.
Okay, so unicorns, okay, they have certain, like there's certain concepts of unicorns that, so let's just think of a unicorn that has magic, okay? I'm fine thinking about that. But the unicorn that has magic has other properties that generate predictions, right? Like having 4 legs and hoofs and stuff. Those,
if it doesn't have magic, if it doesn't have magic,
I'm not done. Notice I didn't interrupt you, right? So if
but you're not listening to, you did not listen to me. So that's why I'm interrupting.
I listened
because
to everything you said. You said that.
Then why are you bringing magic in when I literally said if the unicorn you're talking about has magic, then it physically cannot exist because
I'm pushing back on
the
that
physical
claim.
realm.
I'm pushing back on that claim. That's why.
So you're claiming that magic exists.
No, that's not what I said.
Magic can't exist in the physical realm.
Yeah, that's what he's saying.
Wait, what's the argument
So
for
then
that? He wouldn't have one because it's ridiculous.
What's the argument that like magical things can't exist, like divine things can't exist in the natural world?
1, I didn't say divine. 2, magic.
I would define magic as some sort of divinity to some extent.
What are we meaning by divinity?
I
some
wouldn't.
kind of like transcendent capability.
Well,
that's fair.
Based on
that's
the
fair.
context of the conversation, by magic, he meant something that defied the laws of physics because
sure.
He was talking about nomological. He was talking about nomological possibilities, right? So he was talking about things that would defy the laws of physics, right? And clearly, something that if we say something has the property of defying the laws of physics, there's no reason why that would lead us to the conclusion that thing has a 0 probability of existing. That's just ridiculous.
But even if I grant that, right? Like how if something magical exists, how does it violate like the laws of physics and therefore is impossible?
How is it possible for something to deny the laws of physics?
Yeah, so what you're saying then is that there is something
Supernatural.
that exists in the physical realm that
Mhm.
is both bound by the physical realm and is not bound by the physical realm, which is a
Bound
contradiction.
by the physical
You're
realm.
wait. You're
and not
confusing.
wait.
You're confusing probability with if we think it exists, right? We can say
Yeah,
something
you're
has a low
conflating that.
possibility and still think it doesn't exist. Obviously.
Look. Essentially, the main point being here is that you're asserting that something is impossible by saying something that's coherent, but not actually tracking what we're saying. What we're essentially saying is that something magical can exist if it's bound, right? If it's not bound, it doesn't necessarily have to exist in the physical. Like, as a Christian, you think supernatural things like outside of the physical exist, right?
Yeah, but that's not magical.
Okay,
I
wait.
grant it under Essex's
No,
definition.
no. They transcend.
Yeah, I'd say
But
I have
that's
to agree
not
with
magic.
that. Okay, so
Like,
that's
there's
just
a difference between
semantical.
something.
What's
There's
the
a
argument
different.
for
Yeah,
that?
there's a difference between something being transcending the physical, like for example, abstractions transcend the physical. Mathematics is something that transcends the
They
physical. Geometry is
mm,
something that like pure geometry.
well, okay, well under that say, like, I would just reductio that and say things that are non-physical transcend the physical, and then the physical transcends the non-physical. So what's actually being transcendent here? There has to be a distinction. There's a symmetry breaker here. Chet, if something is transcendent, in virtue of that, it's magical, right?
Yeah, I think
so
there's I think you're switching between modalities too, because when you say something has a 0% possibility of existing, to me you're talking about logical possibility.
No, that is why I said something. That's why I said, sir, that you weren't listening, even though you didn't interrupt.
Okay.
Because, do you remember my Star Trek example of the warp drive?
No, I didn't hear an example about Star Trek.
Well, that was part of the whole thing that I was saying, that
I
you
remember you
said you
talking
listened to.
about unicorns having magic and magic.
And I said that there are different types of possibility. You can have something be metaphysically possible and still not be physically possible. Just like the Star Trek warp drive is metaphysically possible because it follows the rules and laws
Just
of
to be
that
clear,
fictional.
just to be clear, since metaphysical possibility is pretty contentious, what do you mean by metaphysical possibility?
That it is coherent within the metaphysical.
Oh, you cut out. CT, you've cut out.
Can you hear me? I got a phone call.
There you are, yeah.
Okay, so you have metaphysical possibility is like a fictional world. And if something is possible, metaphysically possible, that is something like, say, the Hogwarts example or the Star Trek example.
Can you tell me the difference between metaphysical and logical possibility?
Yeah, so a logical possibility is something that is worldview independent, as in like the law of non-contradiction. So in order for any purely abstract statement independent of worldview, the law of non-contradiction, the law of identity, and the law of excluded middle are present. And
so can I try to, so by analogy, if someone were like a physicalist, right, then they could say God is like, they could say God has a 0% probability of existing? Is that right?
If they say that everything that exists is physical, then yes, they would be able to say that.
Okay. Okay, go ahead.
So what I was saying is that just because warp drive is possible in Star Trek does not mean it's physically possible. And just because you can present a worldview where a unicorn could possibly exist does not mean that it is physically possible. And that is
Yo, someone's in Hurricane Katrina right now. Can you fix your mic? Sorry.
Catholic doesn't sound terrible.
Yeah, I
says
heard
a
what
lot
he said
about
that he did a minute ago, but now I hear him just fine. It sounds like you're kind of saying if someone has prior commitments and those commitments exclude the possibility of X, then they can say there's zero probability that X exists. Right? But I don't think that's right. I think if you have prior commitments that something isn't in like your metaphysical views, you should still accept that there's some possibility that some of those views are wrong.
I mean, you should accept the possibility that your metaphysical.
That's what we're talking about right now, Cody. We're talking about possibility. That's all that's being talked about right now.
No, I granted that. What the fuck, dude?
He didn't. I'm talking to Catholic, not you. He's the one that said unicorns have a 0% possibility. Catholic said that, not you.
Cody did say that as well. But regardless, the point that I was getting at is...
Now, Cody said the opposite. I mean, unless he said two different things, but he specifically... I've heard him say multiple times that he's not saying that.
No, I'm saying it's good to accept the possibility that you could be wrong, but there doesn't seem to be any probability of the unicorn existing. There is a possibility of it existing. There's also a possibility I'm wrong about the possibility of its existence. Like, those are true things.
And the point that you were getting at as far as like the metaphysical aspect of things, that is a whole different conversation. So like, for example, if I'm talking to Cody, and Cody is someone that is a physicalist, before I can even talk about the existence of God, I gotta disprove physicalism, or at least show why my metaphysical model is better at explaining everything that Cody already accepts. So if you're talking to someone that shares a different metaphysical worldview, you can't just start right in the middle and think that, hey, if I prove that unicorns exist without disproving their metaphysical worldview that excludes unicorns, like before the entire thing even comes into place, you're doing it all wrong. This is the problem between theists and atheists for the most part, is both, like, for example...
Well, Sir's an atheist.
Well, yeah, I was just going to say, like, that is the problem I have with people who try to argue that God exists from the resurrection. Even just ignoring the fallacy that it is of, if God exists, resurrection happened, therefore God exists. Like, that's fallacious. But...
Well, that's because the resurrection wouldn't be evidence of God anyway. It would just be evidence of Christian theism over like Islam or something.
Well, you would need Christian. If you prove Christian theism, you've proven God. But that's a whole other.
If the resurrection did happen, it raises the probability that God
it would raise
exists.
the probability of Christian theism over other theistic explanations. It wouldn't raise the probability.
Well, yeah, the Christian God existing. Yeah.
It wouldn't raise the probability of theism over atheism.
I disagree.
Okay, I would just say that's. I mean, how can I have to agree with Sir, right? Like, based off the definition of an atheist, the lack in belief in a God or
that's
rejection
not the
of a
definition
God.
I'm using.
But
definition standardly used in philosophy, the negation of theism, or to say God doesn't exist.
The negation of theism? No, then I would have to hand it to theism. Right? That would in fact
because
raise the probability of theism to be
does
certified.
Does a guy resurrecting from the dead raise the probability of bear theism?
Of bear theism?
Yeah.
No, but
then it doesn't raise the probability of theism.
Does in fact include like a statement, right, and exhaustively explains how this resurrection like translates to this like God, so on and so forth. So if we prove that Jesus resurrected from the dead or something like that, this adds like more probability.
It would raise the probability of Christianity over some other theistic explanation, but it wouldn't raise the probability of theism
that's what I'm saying.
atheism.
But anyways,
it raises the probability for theism.
No.
Regardless,
no.
like
Look,
regardless,
imagine. Let me try this. Imagine if someone wanted to claim.
Look, is Christian theism theism?
Imagine if someone wanted to claim that a Schmurder existed in a neighborhood, right? And I said, "What's the evidence a Schmurder existed?" And he pointed to a high amount of people with blonde hair that lived in the neighborhood. Well, it would be more likely that a blonde person committed a Schmurder, but it wouldn't be more likely that a Schmurder occurred, right? So when you point to evidence, evidence for the resurrection, that might raise the probability of Christianity over Islam or some other theistic explanation, but it doesn't do anything to raise the probability of theism over atheism.
So, sir, this is kind of the point that I'm trying.
Just really quickly, if it's okay, CET. When you speak of theism, do you mean the entire totality of like a belief in a god? Like
I'm talking about their theism, a mind that created the universe.
A mind that. How does that not? Okay, is Christianity theism?
Yeah.
Does Jesus resurrecting from the dead increase the probability of Christian theism to be valid?
It increases the probability of Christian theism over other theistic explanations. Yeah.
Okay, if that raises the probability and Christianity is theism, it's trivially true that theism is now raised as a probability.
No, it doesn't.
I think what Sir is trying to get at is my whole point.
You have no idea what I'm trying to get at, Catholic.
Yes,
you know what's going on.
Yeah, I think you should, Cody. Okay, let me ask you this: you have three glasses, right? Each of them are 500 milliliters, right? You pour, an extra 250 into, one of the three glasses. Does this raise the probability, or does this raise the water in all of the glasses? No, just one, right?
Wait, say it again now. Give the
okay. Yeah, sure. So you have 3 cups of water.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's just say none of them have water in them. You fill up half the glass for one of the cups. Does this now raise all of the cups of water?
No.
Okay. Now, if you pour equally that glass into the other ones, do now all of them have water?
Yeah, this is big in the question, by the way, but keep going.
Okay. So what I'm essentially saying is Christianity is theism. If the probability of Christianity, which follows under theism, has its probability raised, that means it is trivially true that theism itself has a probability raised.
You're confusing 2 different probability spaces. You're confusing the probability space of God existing, right? So think of that as a really big bubble, okay? And inside that bubble, there's atheism, which means it's not probable, and there's theism, right? But inside the bubble of theism, there's smaller bubbles like Christianity, bubbles like Islam, etc. The resurrection raises that one of those smaller bubbles, not the bigger bubble inside the probability of theism.
I think I agree with that.
Christianity is theism.
So,
I think I'm with Sarah on this one.
Do you remember my Schmurder example where I said about the blonde people? Do you think?
No, that's just like a false equivalent.
But do you think? This is the principle you gave. The principle you gave was that if it raises the probability of one theistic explanation, it raises the probability of theism simpliciter, right? That's the principle you held to.
No, I don't agree with him on that part.
Now let's tie it. Let's analog it to what I said, right? So in the example where there's an explanation that a Schmurder occurred and an explanation that a Schmurder didn't occur, and that's the disagreement. Does the fact that there's more blonde people in the neighborhood raise the probability of a Schmurder occurring just because it raises the probability that there's a blonde Schmurderer?
Sir,
wait.
It's funny you said I didn't know what point you were making or what you were talking about. When that is the very point.
That question, please, from SBK.
Could you just repeat your hypothetical?
Yeah. So we have a disagreement on whether a Schmurder occurred. Okay. So one side wants to say one did. One side wants to say one didn't. The side that says one didn't was like, why would anyone believe a Schmurder occurred? Right. And someone pointed to the fact that there's a lot of blonde people in the neighborhood, right, which would raise the probability that there was a blonde Schmurderer. But that would not raise the probability there was a Schmurder simpliciter, right? Do you agree?
No, this is a false equivalent. We've already granted that the resurrection would be proven true.
Wait, stop. Just do you agree?
So now we already know who the murderer is.
Do you agree with that or not?
Agree with what? This is a false equivalent.
I'll try the analogy again.
I agree.
I'll try
I
the
agree
analogy.
with your
I'll try the
analogy.
analogy again.
I agree with your analogy. This just
Okay.
doesn't apply to what I'm saying.
So do you now abandon the principle that just because you raise the probability of one theistic explanation, that doesn't mean it would raise the probability of all theistic explanations?
What? How so?
Oh my God! Let's try the analogy
What is theism?
again.
What
Let's try the
is
analogy
theism?
again. Under the
Sir, what is theism?
I already told you that. Stop trying to divert.
Sir, what is theism?
A mind that created the universe. I said that 20 minutes ago.
Wait. Being a theist is being a mind that created the universe?
Yeah, that's bare theism. Some
What the
designer with a
fuck?
mind.
Wait. So if you're a theist, according to your definition, you're a mind that created the universe.
No, theism is someone that believes there's a mind that created the universe. Obviously.
Okay, beautiful. What does Christianity believe in?
Now let's get back to the example. Okay, so the blonde schmurderer is a subset of all schmurderers, right?
Okay.
Okay. Yes or no?
I don't fucking understand this equivalent.
You
You
know
just
what
said
blonde
we don't
means?
know who's the
You know what
murderer,
blonde- you
and
know
then
what
you're
blonde
saying
means?
there's a bunch of blonde people. So which of the blonde people is a schmurderer?
No,
I don't
no.
understand this.
No. If there's more blonde people that live in a neighborhood, that makes it more probable that if a murder occurred, it's by a blonde person, right?
So in a neighborhood, a murder occurred. We don't know who the schmurderer is, but because there's more blonde people, we are assuming that one of the schmurderers is blonde,
more likely
right?
it's a blonde person, yeah.
Yes, I agree with that.
Okay, that doesn't mean that just because you point to more blonde people in the neighborhood, somehow you've raised the probability of a schmurder occurring, right? That's a separate endeavor. Okay,
Wait, the
so
probability
in the example,
of a schmurder occurring?
In the example, what?
Are you saying that we don't know if a schmurder occurred?
That's what's in contention, yeah.
What the fuck? But you literally granted, we went off the basis of the precept that, we grant that, the resurrection happened.
Oh my God. Yes, the resurrection isn't theism.
Okay. In this equivalent,
it's a tenet central.
the schmurder would be, the schmurder did in fact happen.
No,
So now
listen.
we know that there is actually a probability of the schmurder being more likely to be
just
a
try to
blonde
understand.
person.
Just try to understand, okay? Do we agree that blonde schmurderers are a subset of all schmurderers?
Blonde, they're not a subset of all schmurderers. Is there other
What?
people besides blonde people in the village?
It doesn't matter.
It does.
Okay, if that's what you need to understand, yeah, there's one brown-haired person in the village.
Okay, then no.
Then you're telling me blonde schmurderers aren't a subset of all schmurderers? If there's, you're telling me that.
Yes. There's a probability on the contrary that the opposite did this. Right? It may be very low. Let's say there's 99 blonde people, and then there's one person with brown hair. That means the probability, right, or the subset is 99% blonde people, and then there's one, which would be the person with the brown hair.
So blonde schmurderers is a subset of all schmurderers, right? Very obvious, right? So
sure, yeah.
So if you look, if there's a disagreement on whether a schmurder occurred in this neighborhood, and someone points to, look, there's a lot of blonde people in the neighborhood, that raises the probability of the blonde schmurder hypothesis, but it doesn't raise the probability of the schmurder hypothesis, right?
Wait, just repeat that again.
If someone points, okay, I've said it 5 times now, so if you don't get it this time, I'm probably just going to disengage. If you point to a neighborhood that is majority blonde, that raises the probability that there's a blonde schmurderer. That does not raise the probability there's a schmurderer. Right? So in the same sense,
I understand what you're saying, but what
Christian
the
theism,
fuck does a schmurder have anything to do with this if we don't even know if there's
that's
a
the point. The
schmurder?
resurrection has nothing
We
to do with
don't
whether or not
even
God
know if
exists.
there's a schmurder, but we've
We don't know if
granted
God
in the
exists just because
basis
someone
that the
resurrected.
resurrection did happen.
We
So
don't know
that
if a God-
in
we
this
don't know if a God
equivalent, we do
exists.
in fact know there's a schmurderer. Are you not
We know there's a
tracking?
resurrection. We know there's a resurrection.
Yes, we know there's a resurrection. Granting that the resurrection happened in this dialectic, that would be the equivalent of knowing that there was a schmurder.
No,
You're
that would
saying
be-
we don't even know if there's a schmurder, so there's a schmurderer.
No, that would be the equivalent
What the
of
fuck
saying
are you
there's-
saying?
That would be the equivalent of saying it's more likely there is a blonde schmurderer, right?
But there wasn't
Because-
a schmurder, so who are we to label a schmurderer?
Well, okay, and if there's a resurrection, I'm saying that doesn't show there's a God. It's not probability raising.
But that's a false equivalent.
What's false about it?
Dude, you're saying we don't know who's the schmurderer is. In the equivalent, we know that this murder happened because we're granting, right? The equivalent would be that the resurrection happened. We know who was resurrected, right? Which would be the equivalent of who was resurrected.
Okay,
so what the fuck are you saying?
Look,
since this is my
just because we
example,
know
can
there's
I
a
speak?
resurrection doesn't do anything
Look,
against
just go on,
atheism.
CT. I don't know what this is, just a false equivalent.
Well, no. Because, sir, like, I agree with you, so I don't know why you were trying to tell me that I don't know what I'm talking about, or I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, because you said some very confused things. That's why, and I didn't want you to confuse the conversation more when I'm trying to explain a point. Right? If I think someone isn't grasping my point and is saying a bunch of confused stuff, I'm not going to want that person to help me explain the point to someone else because they're going to make it more confusing. That's why.
But it was my point that you were trying to talk on. So wouldn't you want me to speak on my point, to elaborate my point, to make sure you're understanding my point?
The disagreement was between me and SVX was whether a resurrection is probability raising for bare theism. Right? That was the disagreement.
And I was trying to explain why a resurrection doesn't prove bare theism, doesn't prove
we're not even talking
God.
about proof.
We weren't talking about proof. We were talking about probability. What are you saying?
Well, no. And if evidence raises the probability, like...
Okay, evidence isn't proof. There's a clear distinction.
Okay, I think we all need to take a breather here. No, like actually though, we're all very hot-headed right now.
You're right, Jaden. You're right.
When am I wrong?
I actually agreed with everything that Sir was saying except for the hoof print.
What was the hoof print?
Unicorn.
Oh, please don't take it back there. Please don't.
I mean, I'm genuinely honest. I just started smelling burnt toast at some point.
And sir, I do say all of this with the utmost respect for you. Utmost. I do listen to you a lot. I think that you are incredibly intelligent with your arguments. I'm just going to die on that hill of the hoof print. Everything else you said, I 100% agree with so far.
Maybe we should talk privately about it because maybe my point wasn't getting clear, but you're just wrong. I can explain it to you privately if you want to talk about it privately.
Dude, pause. I can say the same thing right back at you. Let's talk privately. You're just wrong. Like,
Okay,
that
that's
doesn't
fine. I
mean
accept.
shit.
Let's
That's just
talk
like an
privately.
arrogant, fucking egotistical
I
comment.
accept
Yo,
I accept
Cody,
the
you don't
invite to a
exist.
private
DM
conversation.
me. You're wrong.
No, I accept the invite to a private conversation. I accept it.
And we can do that. I'll shoot you a DM later on. The problem with all of these things, when it comes to philosophical debates like that, especially metaphysical shit, is it's so fucking semantical, and we all have such differing frameworks of how to come to conclusions. Because, like, I'm so hardcore about what evidence is, but then academic philosophy says that my definition of evidence is wrong. And then a scientist says my definition of evidence is correct, and then this person said it's wrong, and then that. So it's just so annoying. It's like, how do we know who's actually right? Because I can sit here and say right now every single one of you motherfuckers is right, and I am objectively true in everything I've ever said, and that's just stupid. And the same thing for all of you guys.
That's what I was trying to get at.
I think a scientist would have
purely expressive. Like it's. If I was to argue, I would say metaphysics is all just fucking made up to cope.
I don't think that. I think we need metaphysics because we all rely on metaphysics. Like, if we break everything down, reduce everything.
We all rely on the expressive form of metaphysics, but whether the metaphysical actually exists, I don't fucking know about that.
That was my point, is that a lot of these...
Sup, Kelly?
Ooh, your Wi-Fi.
That was my point, was that a lot of these conversations, especially on the God question, the God question is the side effect between opposing metaphysical views. But so many people don't want to have the conversation on the metaphysical level, that what is evidence for God in one metaphysical system is not evidence for God in the other metaphysical system. So in a metaphysical system that does permit and allow magic, a hoof print can be evidence increasing the probability of a unicorn existing. But
I
in a
grant that.
metaphysical
I do grant
worldview,
that. Just so you know, sir, I grant that.
No, I think
it does not.
It would just be stronger evidence under that view. It still could be evidence under both views.
Mm-mm.
I don't know why anyone would sign a 9-0 probability that like miracles could exist. I don't know why anyone would do that, right? So, of course, there's some kind of predictions that I think maybe miracles would make that
are people that do.
Well, look,
that's my point. Okay, is it doesn't matter whether you find it reasonable or not. There are.
I think that's kind of silly.
There are people that do.
Well, just listen to me. Why I think it's silly, because even if I'm a materialist or a physicalist, like I can still kind of understand how, if miracles did exist, the kind of predictions it might generate. Now, those predictions, if I found evidence that supported them, it wouldn't raise the probability by very much at all for me about whether the miracle occurred, just because of the low priors I have at miracles, right? But it's still evidence.
IIT.
But that's the so. So the thing is that is your metaphysical system that you're operating within. But there are people who don't share that metaphysical worldview.
Yeah, but I mean, if someone's saying there's no possibility that a miracle exists, I mean, I don't think that's.
I grant the possibility. I don't grant a probability.
So.
Like, if we use a comparative analysis like probability, it is more probable that the natural thing is what happened, even if it's unknown what said natural thing is. The miracle, by definition, is going to be an unproven anomaly that is divinely interacted.
Based.
I think that's another massive problem with these arguments is, and this is why I fucking avoid metaphysical deep dives into semantics, because that's all this really is. If I grant your semantics on everything, you're correct. If you grant my semantics on everything, I am correct. The question is, which one is true, and why, not even how, why should we grant which framework? That's the annoying part.
This is where me and Cody differ, is that I love having that conversation. I think it allows for you to really see both sides of the view much better than what you would be able to without it. Because then the whole argument is just going to be precept after precept after precept. Eventually, you're going to have to call that out.
Oh, he dropped?
Look, the average semantical deduction, like from metaphysics, is gonna look like this. It's gonna look like getting a foot job, right, from feet that are like 900 sandpaper grit, and they're just brutally squeezing your tip, right?
I don't know why nobody else does.
Look, to some extent it's enjoyable, but we're just purely speaking from like a subjective standpoint, and we're just like letting in precepts. So what it really is which one makes the most sense, and I don't think any of our points really made sense, including mine. Right? I think mine made some sense.
I think you and Catholic both made really good points, but I also think Sir made a really good point. And that's the problem that me and CT keep bringing up, is it's the framework argument. There's two separate frameworks that were being argued, and they were colliding.
Yeah.
I want to see what Triple
wanted to chat about. I was trying to point to. But yeah, that was my point that I was trying to get at, that I don't know if it was being understood, is that we're talking within frameworks to people outside of the framework, but really the real disagreement is about the framework in and of itself.
Right.
That nobody wants to have that conversation.
Well, me and you have that all the time, and I appreciate that for you. You're incredible at that. We can say, hey, I don't grant that.
Because you and I know for myself, at least, I've been doing these types of conversations for over 10 years, so I've recognized it, and I've had to learn how to have these conversations
old are
about
you?
frameworks. I am 33.
Oh shit! I thought you were like 22, dude.
No, but I've been having these conversations for a long time, and know how to have conversations about the framework. But unfortunately, it's hard to find books that talk about justifying a framework.
Right. Yep.
Because almost every single philosophical book will say this is the framework.
They believe they're correct.
Well,
and or not even that, it's just discussion.
I'm
We're
lagging
going to
out.
assume this framework.
Yeah, that's the problem. What is up? Oh, she dropped.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's because we don't worry about that a lot of the times, which is why I enjoy it. Is because once we break that down, we'll see where we're flawed. Because just from the argument itself, we're not like a lot of the times it's our brain just can't understand what
Cognitive
the other
dissonance.
is saying. Yeah.
Here's
like
here's
just
the
how
number one
me and
thing.
you, me and you have that difference when it comes to morality. Is like I can't understand what you mean by any means.
The problem is you still don't understand that I agree with you. I just don't hold to that view. To some degree, to some degree, I grant that. Yes, I don't grant that morals are objective. The framework in which we can think about actions taken can be objective, which is what Ian's argument is about.
Okay,
He's not grounding actions and Ian did not grant principles determining right or wrong.
It's not objective. It's not objective.
That's what I was saying. Yeah, I grant that.
I don't use Ian's argument. I don't use it. I don't care for Ian's argument. I don't think it's that good by any means.
Oh, his argument's amazing. So is Nobody's. Nobody's is very on par with it.
You know,
I've never heard Nobody's, but I don't like Ian's.
What's up, Rump?
It gets you to
Hey, how you doing?
intersubject. Sorry.
Hey man, you over the age of 18?
Yes.
Awesome. Do you believe in a god or are you atheist? What's going on here?
Well, I'm kind of on both sides of that conversation.
Sure.
I'm into physics, but I'm also into spirituality. I think those things will eventually sort of merge together a little bit. But I came on just because you guys are talking about something I've been thinking about. And I just wanted to plant a seed, which is that you guys know like the rules of debate, like just regular debate teams.
No.
Nope. Have you heard of the rule of solvency?
Nope.
Have you heard the term solvency?
Nope.
Okay, well, this is some real old time unk shit right here. Rumps and OG.
Yeah, dude. Well, I mean, I'm 49. I grew up I was in debate before internet, and so I know how to research things like that. But one of the things I've noticed that people come they're always looking for people to prove things. In debate, the rules were that you had a status quo, right, and the affirmative team would basically show that the status quo wasn't adequate. Like if we have a framework, like whatever it may be, whatever domain, physics, biology, philosophy, these are all different, and these domains do cross over. But if you have a thing that's not the status quo is not covering the whole spectrum, meaning you don't have something that covers everything. That's why we talk about it. So you're assuming that you have to prove that the status quo isn't adequate, and then what you do is you come up with a framework or a plan that basically provides solvency for the problem that you have presented, right? And that means that essentially you're providing a solvency for something that hasn't happened yet, which means that you can't really prove it, right? You're just showing what the problem is with the status quo, and then trying to provide solvency for that. Now the negative team, all they have to do is shoot down whatever solvency that you think that you're providing. Right. And so when I walk around into different conversations, I notice everybody's on the negative team because they're just shooting down frameworks. Whereas what you're really trying to do is say, oh, well, what does this framework solve that wasn't previously solved? Because then you're solving problems.
I care about what's true.
Well, okay. But I mean, who's to say what's true?
What's your framework of truth, Cody? Go ahead.
And I think as Cody will also attest, I do try to provide a positive framework. Granted, most of the time I'm up here trying to explain why whatever is being shot down is not a part of my framework, but I'm still trying to provide a positive
CT does a good job.
framework.
I provide positives as well.
Did you do a remodel of your last argument?
That is so off topic, Jaden. That was random as fuck. DM those questions.
Bro, why?
Because we were in the midst of talking with Rump, and you just like out of fucking left field said, "Hey, anyway, squirrel."
Right. Well,
listen, you should be used to that. I don't know why I do it. I just do it.
DMs are pretty simple. What you got, Rump?
The one thing was that, well, you know, when we're looking at the past and what we can prove, right? Because we're talking when we talk about
Jaden has 1.5 chromosomes.
When we talk about probability and all these different things, it's all based on past statistics.
I grant that.
Whatever we prove, because you know, it doesn't have very good predictive models, but basically, you know, if we prove something, then you know, it takes a long time to prove even hypothetical things. I mean, a good example is the Higgs field, right? I mean, Higgs came up with those mathematics in 1967 with a piece of chalk. It took $12 billion and you know 48 years before he won a Nobel Prize because they built a freaking large hadron collider and proved that his mathematics were correct. And so what I'm saying is you're going to come and talk about
just very quick question. What do you mean prove hypotheticals?
Well, what I mean
prove theories, because hypotheticals are meant to be purely like conceptual.
Well, I mean, but you guys are talking about different domains that you're operating in, talking to people, and everybody's kind of crossing different domains, which I think is healthy because people are trying to describe things that they don't understand, you know, that isn't commonly accepted.
Well, there's an objective and a subjective. The hadron, i.e., math, is objective. There is no spirituality to that, and there's no quantum mysticism behind it either.
No, but it was proved. He showed it in 1967.
Yeah, the mathematics are objective, and if they're true, it's more than likely going to be true in our real world because math adheres to the laws of physics and reality.
Well, math not necessarily with physics. I mean, I'm more of a math guy.
Yeah, it does. You cannot have physics without sound math.
No, I get it. But so you would have been on Higgs' side in 1967.
1000%.
Okay. I get your point of view. And you know, I lean towards that sort of stuff myself. But you know, at the same time, I haven't won a Nobel Prize. It took him 48 years. You know, and so when people are having, you know, going into these different domains, you know, I would just point out that the framework itself, you got to look at what the solvency provides. I mean, in physics,
if their framework is wrong, it's fucking wrong. I don't give a fuck what it solves.
Okay.
I care about objective reality, not personal opinion.
Well,
to steelman Rump here a little bit, what I think Rump's trying to say is that if there's a problem in a worldview, and that would mean that worldview is not objectively the case, because there's something about the objective reality that worldview is not corresponding to. And so when you get a worldview that has solvency, it is providing an explanation or is now more in correspondence to objective reality.
Correct.
So the solvency here is getting to what you're talking about, Cody, about wanting whatever worldview corresponds to that objective reality. The question then becomes, has a problem been presented in a particular worldview, and is the competing worldview actually have solvency?
Right. And I mean, a good example is physics. When you know, basically what we're looking at, right? 5% of the things that we're looking at, you know, they agree is actual stuff. The rest of it, they basically took dark matter and dark energy and used as placeholders. And so to provide solvency for physics that's only basically solving for 5% of stuff really isn't that hard, because all you got to do is solve for 20% of stuff. You know what I mean? Because the dark matter and dark energy is just placeholders.
What do you think the observer effect is?
What's that?
What do you think the observer effect is?
What do I think the observer effect is?
I
mean, it's measuring. It's the dual slit, right? And it's the effect of measuring, right, waves that turn into particles, right? Basically, you know, once we measure them,
the observer effect, though.
Yeah, that's the observer effect. The observer effect is observing or measuring, right? I mean, they've done a lot of experience with it. I mean, that's, you know, foundational quantum.
Would you like to explain it then? Saying double slit experiment isn't an explanation for what the observer effect is.
Well, I mean, what are we getting at here? Because
you're sounding kind of like a quantum mysticist. I'm trying to see how intelligent you actually are in comparison to what your words are saying.
What are my words saying?
that you accept way too much spirituality without any
I'm
justification
not
at all.
actually trying to. I'm not trying to actually argue my framework. I just came
Then
in
you
to
shouldn't
point
have
out.
came up. Because if you're wrong, I'm going to call you out on it.
I believe that's fine.
Hey, this is a debate platform. We're here to discuss souls don't exist, God does or does not exist, etc. If you have an opinion, I'm going to shut it down.
Bloodsport. This is a fucking call.
Okay, then I'll leave. I'll good. Have a good one.
Thank you, Ron P2, bro.
Okay, so there is no point in that. Oh man.
I think because I'm so friendly, he thought it was a friendly platform.
Probably. Well, the thing is, me and you debate all the fucking time when you're up here.
And it sounds more like
I
a
hope Sir
conversation
didn't take
exchange
that
you-
in. Yeah, you're really good at keeping it calm. Which I appreciate Sir for actually raising his voice with me. It actually, I liked that a lot, and I hope he doesn't take anything I said to absolute heart, because I do like Sir. I appreciate him a lot.
I'm not good for views or clickbait.
Oh yes, you were. You know how many views I got on that last stream?
No. Did Russell send his army?
Oh my god, yeah.
What army? No. What fucking army?
The 12-year-old first philosophy semester students.
Oh,
I still can't believe that if it is true that he's 36, that he's older than me.
Oh yeah. Yeah, his profile picture is his son.
Why would you do that?
That's kind of crazy.
Why would you put your child out there on the internet?
Russell has a lot of followers, yes. There are people that believe that crystals literally fucking heal you too. There are people that believe that Earth is fucking flat.
Well, how many of those followers do you think are hate followers?
Oh, that's fair.
All of them. All of them. 100%. I mean, I have sympathy towards him. I have a lot more than what most people do.
I've got some
Like,
good
I
sympathy
think-
towards him. I think he's a cool kid.
Yeah, I don't think he's
Yeah, I
dumb.
think he's mentally disabled and he's lacking a prefrontal cortex.
I wouldn't go that far.
Yeah. Like during when Ultra and him were going at it.
He
I
said,
do
"Nah,
think-
fuck
I would
him."
go farther. I would go farther.
He said, "Stop being
Yeah,
fucking nice."
S is a dickhead. You guys should hear what he says to Deathless. That shit. S.
Dude, I fucking love S.
Dude, I fucking
Yeah,
hate when
thank
you
you,
say
bro.
that shit, brother. I hate it.
What
when you say that shit.
about his dead girlfriend? I mean, he threatened to dox me and decapitate my whole family.
Yeah, that's valid.
I
If
think it's
someone's
okay.
talking that much
Okay,
shit,
well, I didn't know that.
dude,
I
he's
didn't know
so
that. If that's the
fucking
case,
yeah. No,
Yeah,
he attacks
bro, he-
everyone.
I think
He
he,
never
has
touched me.
genuine like.
He's
psych
threatened doxing
episodes.
me before.
Well,
he was he might have paid somebody $2,000 or something around there to dox 4D.
It's fucking
I mean,
crazy.
the thing is
He
doesn't
didn't
go-
dox 4D curvature. He couldn't do shit.
The thing is I know he doesn't just threaten to dox people. He does. He is like the one time that I've had a long-term interaction with him, he called me by my full name. Like,
oh,
so
damn,
like,
I don't
either
even
in
have that.
He's either in communications with the people who doxed me a few months ago, or he did so.
That's valid. What's up, Sean?
This was before I pulled back though. So
Not much. How you doing?
Doing all right, man. You over the age of 18?
Yeah, you know who I am.
I don't. And which god do you believe in?
None.
None.
the goat.
Okay, gotcha. Sean James, and I should
Sean,
know
I
you.
thought you were a Mormon.
No, I'm definitely not Mormon. I'm an atheist.
Okay. Have we talked
We've been
before?
on-
So you're not
We've been
Muslim?
on tons of lives together. I co-host with John Cohn.
I've never been with John Cohen.
Oh wait, Sean, I think you're mixing me up with him. I don't think I've ever seen you and him interact. Is
Oh,
Jaden
that's-
all the way down here in the bottom?
My bad. No, I'm
Mhm.
I'm an
Yeah, I
atheist.
know.
I'm a friendly.
Oh, okay. By the way, I
Yeah,
looked up John Cohen the other day, right?
Okay.
Why are you saying right? Like we're supposed to know.
John Cohen's the goat at low tier slave.
I don't see. Okay. All right. Cool. I'll have to look into him.
It's JON, not JOHN, just to help you out.
JON.
I can send you over his
Yeah,
TikTok
shoot me some
account.
links. Yeah.
Yeah, I got you.
Oh
But
man,
if this kind of doesn't prove your point earlier, saying that I know everybody well,
you
I
do. The thing with
Yo,
you is
yo,
like the
yo,
second
Cody.
you slightly agree with someone, you immediately DM them 4,000 times, and every time you see them
I don't.
anywhere, you attack.
No, no,
Hey,
no. I don't.
read my DM.
No. I only do that to you because I know it annoys you.
It
That you're
does.
like literally
Yeah,
the only person.
Jaden was
No, you,
sexting me the
Jaden,
other
you
day.
did that. You
Oh,
did that with me as
called the
well as
fuck out.
because I'm trying to remember. It was either you or Sober because it happened at pretty much the exact same time. Who was it that was presenting my argument for God to Cody the very first time? Was it?
Not me. I wasn't.
Okay.
I.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
it was you.
you-
Yeah, it was you.
No, it wasn't.
Yeah.
No, it wasn't.
Yeah, you introduced me in CT.
No, it wasn't. No, I didn't. You knew CT before I did.
It was. I was gonna say it was either Jaden or Sober.
Yeah,
but
no, that
I
Maybe
meant,
sober then.
Yeah, I
But I
meant CT when sober meant CT.
Yeah, and you
Yeah.
immediately started sending me DMs and invites, and
No.
I got the
I
receipts,
sure
man.
lied
I don't
to
delete.
everybody.
I don't delete
sent him
anything.
one. I
Hell
sent
yeah,
him
Ranga.
one slightly pheromone-inducing TikTok, and now he's asking to marry me.
Ooh.
Jaden, come on.
See, this is why you start to piss me off, ass. This shit pisses me off.
You don't
Oh,
think?
that's exactly what I want. Oh yeah.
Oh my god.
Oh, fuck,
Anyways,
I'm
let's
out.
keep this G to some degree. I don't think we have any more theistic callers or even spiritualist. I was hoping to get into more spiritual conversations today because the soul's idea, which Nietzsche, I like Nietzsche's take on soul. I do like his take.
Yo, I can't lie. As much as I'm like a new Philbro aged LARPer, I'm gonna put this out here. I attempted to read. Keep in mind, I spent like $40 on Beyond Good and Evil. That shit is unbearable. I don't want to fucking listen to Hitherto. I don't care. Right? Like every single word in that book is old English. Right? I don't care. Just get to the main point. Just tell me what it is.
That's how I felt about this motherfucker.
Oh my god.
Oh,
Critique of Pure Reason is the only goated book.
I was told to read this by some people that were watching. I have. If y'all read this and thought this was proof of God, you need to go reread it. Open the back of the book where it shows where he gets all his sources from and fact check the sources.
So
I have a repeatable experiment that proves I have no soul.
Oh, I love that. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Sorry, I can. What happened? I'm so sorry, guys. I kind of got lost in the sauce of the dishes.
Oh yeah, he just said he'll be right back.
Oh.
When he comes back, I have an experiment for him that's repeatable that proves I have no soul.
Yeah, I have the so I actually have the ultimate test to know that we are all truly Christian, right? Like so like you won't sell me your soul, right? I don't know what that guy on fucking the line I keep watching pop up.
I will sell my soul to anyone.
Hell yeah.
I don't have
For
a
the
soul.
right price.
Yeah. I mean, I'll sell my. I don't believe it exists. It'd be like me selling you a bridge. I'm fine with doing that.
No, see, that's what I'm saying. Like there's this guy who like I don't know if he runs around on TikTok anymore, but he did for a while. But he also keeps calling the line. Jimmy Snow's the line, and essentially he keeps saying like, "I'm gonna prove God. You won't sell me your soul." And then the host always like, "Well, I can't sell you something that doesn't exist." He's like, "Because you won't, because you know it exists." And it's like, what? That's the best I got. That's all I got for evidence of God. And then everybody clapped. Damn.
Yeah, so the repeatable experiment is I put music on and then I try to dance. It is deductive reasoning that I have absolutely no soul.
So I think most of you who know me would know that I absolutely despise the contingency argument. I absolutely despise tag because it's just bullshit.
It's the greatest argument ever.
Sometimes it can be good. Depends. Everyone knows I hate fine tuning, but it depends on the delivery. In my opinion, I think fine tuning is the only and the best argument for God that could potentially be given. Think
It's
about
That's valid.
still
think
really
about
bad.
it depends on the delivery though, right? So think about the fine-tuning argument, if delivered well, as the evidential problem of evil, except it's correlating with reality rather than ethics. If delivered properly, you could potentially convince me, right? Because I don't. There's other things that you could delve into, right? The ontology of God, the epistemic access, whatever. You can delve into all this. But as far as it goes, I think the best argument that you could possibly give for God would be fine tuning, like these constants and all these kind of things, right?
If the
Are
substance
just
is
undiscoverable.
if the substance is garbage, and in my opinion it is, the delivery doesn't matter.
Yeah. When I speak of delivery, I essentially speak of like substance, right? Because you can give a fucking like terrible, you can give like a good delivery of absolute shit, right? But when I mean good delivery, I mean like good substantive delivery.
I'm unaware of any good substantive argument that relies on fine tuning.
I don't know if you know him, but like, fuck, there's this guy on TikTok. What's his name? Not Constantine. Fuck, what's his name?
There is a Constantine that runs around. I haven't heard much of him.
No, not the guy that recently got like put in prison for stealing a $50 thing. I'm talking about the Christian one. Do you know him?
There's a guy named Constantine on TikTok who is a Christian apologist that is like lauded as being really good, but I've never like talked to him.
Oh, I don't know. He runs these lives. He delivered a pretty good fine-tuning argument. I thought, yeah, this is a good delivery. But where the issue really comes in is the ontology of God itself.
There's multiple problems with the fine-tuning argument, in my opinion. I mean, I can go over them if you want.
But see,
I'll be preaching to the choir.
The one thing that I hate about debating is it's always basically the same shit, right? It just goes one of many ways. You're always arguing the same things. The issue
always,
that I
yeah.
hate is if there are sometimes people who like, well, even now sometimes, right? Sometimes there's people that would know more than me on the topic when I challenge it, and they'd be like, "Yo, you're a dumb fuck," right? Like this is the case. This is real. I don't know how to argue back, right? Because what they're telling me just doesn't really make sense to me. So I'm just gonna keep asking them to define shit. I'm gonna look like a dumb fuck, right? So it's just kind of like, I disagree with what you're saying. You could be saying a whole load of horse shit, but you just know more, right?
That's the whole Philbro strategy.
Gap. Yeah, because there's a knowledge gap. I think so. An atheist has an argument against God, and a theist has an argument for God. The one that's more educated will probably win, right? Now, the issue with that is when it comes to the argumentation itself, I think there's no point of arguing at that point because the person that already knows more is more likely to win. And if that's the case, then you're not actually growing. I don't know. I don't know if you understand what I'm saying.
So first of all, somebody who is able to regurgitate a bunch of philosophical jargon and assemble the words in a way that are difficult to comprehend or understand. They don't necessarily know more. Yeah, the Philbros. I've talked to Philbros that don't even know the very basics about belief states, like propositional belief states or burden of proof. They don't even know the basics. They've memorized a script and that's it.
Yeah, just stay. P1, P2, P3. Modus ponens, whatever that shit is.
Yeah, and some memorized
response.
Responses to
it's like arguing with an AI that's limited to one script.
Yeah. So here's the thing: if somebody is trying not to be understood, and the Philbro routine, that's what the aim is. That they have zero confidence in their position, in their actual position, or their ability to understand it. Like, if you feel your position is on solid ground, you should be communicating in an effective manner to where the maximum amount of people will understand what concepts you're trying to communicate.
Yep.
If I sound winded, I'm on a treadmill.
Oh, you're good. What's up, Daniel?
Well, my whole point has been is that what if we all said that God was energy?
Go for it.
Energy always was and always will. Disprove me. I that's my own. If
Well,
you
you're
want to
just,
call it belief.
I mean, yeah, there's nothing necessarily wrong with that. You're basically arguing Spinoza's God, but energy is not the definition of capital G-O-D, an all-powerful creator of the universe, because energy wasn't created, therefore energy is not God.
I'm going to define God as
I don't follow even the logic of that.
Hold on. I'm going to define God as Powerade 0.
There you
I can
go.
turn on my cam and show you Powerade 0. Checkmate atheists.
Yeah, you can't just redefine God and then say God is real. Like, that's stupid. You can say that energy is the closest thing that I'll ever have to God, so therefore the universe is my God. You could say that.
But don't I have so much more scientific proof?
No. I sorry.
More scientific
just
proof
finish.
than the myths that go upon the earth. That's for sure.
There's no intelligence behind energy, dude. It's not an all-powerful creator of the universe.
I didn't ask for intelligence.
Okay. When we speak of God, we speak of an entity, an agency, or a being, right? In a state of being. So even if I grant that energy has some kind of being, and these constraints are like the essentia and the essence and the natures of God, right? Even if I grant that a mind isn't required, energy still can't create anything. So we've dumbed down that energy is a necessary existence. Energy has a nature. Energy doesn't need a mind, but energy can't create. Energy always exists and just goes through changes. So
exactly, I absolutely agree.
okay, but the whole point of God is to be a creator. Energy can't create shit. It just
energy
changes into other states.
Why not just call it energy?
Our first law of
Loki.
thermodynamics. Your first law of thermodynamics tells you can't create energy. You can't.
Hey, bro, this
destroy
toilet
it
paper
either.
is gone, bro. This toilet paper is gone.
You can't create it. You can't. What
So-
if I say
Why
energy?
not-
Yeah, bro.
What's
Why
the
not
difference
just
between
call it-
you saying God always was and always will be,
Yo,
and I
why
saying
can't we just call it energy?
always was and always will
Why
be?
do we need to label it God? Because there's a clear distinction if we're using two words. If energy is God and God is energy, then we will call energy God and energy it just doesn't make sense. There is a distinction
You
between the
caught
two words.
yourself. No,
There are
you
two
caught
separate
yourself.
words with two separate definitions.
Daniel,
God.
Daniel, do you believe
Exactly
leprechauns? Daniel, stop. Do you believe leprechauns exist?
No.
No. Okay. I'm redefining my left nut as leprechauns. Do you want me to? Do you want me to? Do you want me to show you that leprechauns exist?
Hey, bro. Guess what the Milky Way is?
Oh, God.
You want to see the Milky Way?
No, definitely not. Yeah, Daniel, you can call energy your God and say it's the closest thing to God you'll ever have, but that doesn't make energy God, because God, by definition, is an all-powerful creator of the universe.
Well,
shoelaces, by definition, are going to be pieces of fabric to tie together shoes. You can't just say a shoelace is energy.
I'm not saying there's a God. Where do you get the idea that I'm saying there's a God?
Are you saying that there's a God and it's energy?
No, there's no need for a God. You can't create energy. It always was and always will be. Get over the idea that it started somewhere. It always was.
And why did you call?
What the fuck?
We're just caught up in a moment of what it's been doing with itself. It's converted itself from pure energy to mass, and we are what mass does.
Yeah.
Dude, you came in here calling energy God.
You literally
Like, what
came
the
in here
hell?
and said energy is God, which is why we were debating you.
No. I'm sorry. No, I'm an absolute atheist. No question. And there is no reason for us. I mean, there's no intent for us other than to increase entropy. All we're doing is raising entropy in this universe. That's all we do.
Yeah.
That's why we're here. We're a happenstance.
Okay,
We
so
are a happenstance.
it was a miscommunication. Do you want to see my leprechaun anyway?
No, that's
Okay.
why I didn't respond.
I might shoot me a DM.
Oh, I'm sorry, guys. I sorry I misrepresented myself, but
No, I agree with you. Whenever people ask me, like, if I were to believe in God, what would I believe in? It's like Spinoza's God. It's like, yeah, the universe has always existed.
Or the energy of the universe has always existed. The universe itself is a byproduct of the energy of the universe.
I use those words interchangeably.
But I'm saying there could be a multitude of what we are.
How much cocaine did you snort this morning?
There could easily be a multiverse out there, and we don't know about it. Okay.
That was a good question, actually.
I mean, I don't. Is it wrong that I just don't disagree, but I don't agree either?
It has more science than any religion I ever heard of that's consistent with reality.
You're kind of teetering towards mysticism.
That's almost like saying, though, that, like, what is it? There's more history in, I don't know, Tacitus's Annals of Rome than in Harry Potter.
I beg to fucking differ.
Like science and religion are looking at two very different questions, and so I've never understood this comparison of, like, it's because it's there. Like,
let me answer it this way: the why we're here is in the how. Okay.
Holy shit, bro.
How, and when you understand how you got here, that's the why.
I feel like you're like seriously trying to like argue for like spiritualism from like a scientific standpoint.
No.
Okay, do you believe souls? Do you believe spirits?
I believe in the first and second law of thermodynamics.
Right, energy.
You can't create
that wasn't
energy,
his question.
You can't,
So, do you believe in souls or spirits?
No.
Okay, do you believe that energy is intellectually doing something?
Energy is intellectually doing something.
Or intelligently?
It has learned a way to evolve.
What?
If that's learning, that's learning.
It has learned? What?
Nature has learned to evolve.
How the fuck does kinetic energy learn something or potential energy learn something?
I call it learning. Along the way, it found a path of least energy. Okay, it didn't really learn. It just followed the rules of physics. That's all.
How many mystical books have you read in the last year?
It just followed the rules of physics. That's simple language.
That is not simple language.
It is. If you look at the
mechanics, you're adding a persona to energy, dude.
Following the laws of physics.
Yeah, it's not purposefully following anything. Why are you attributing intent behind natural phenomena?
I'm just saying the laws of the laws.
Fucking what?
The
laws of the law.
The thermodynamics is you find the level of least energy, the most chaos, and that's how it works.
Daniel, the laws of physics are descriptive, not prescriptive.
Yeah.
Throw words at me. Go ahead.
Oh, you're cutting out hella hardcore CT. How many drugs are you on, and how much did that cost you?
Only one.
Yeah.
Now you seem like you're strung out, man. You really do.
You're like super like energy. It's true.
You don't want to listen. I mean, it's a very scientific thing I'm talking about. This is not anything to do with a god, with emotional intent, or
pause.
Any of that
Slow down.
Stuff.
Slow down.
It's how math works.
We agree with that, but you keep on adding descriptive words of personifying this energy as if it has some sort of character.
Its energy has personified itself in you and in
me. Hold on. You talked about energy learning. The only things that can learn are minds, and so you basically described. Hold on, let me finish. And you, so you described energy as having a mind. Does kinetic energy think?
It can if it's organized well enough.
What?
Yes, and that's called a brain.
That's
when it's
called
organized
woo-woo.
well enough, it turns into a brain.
No,
that
no,
can
no, 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 no,
adapt to
no,
its
no, 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 no,
environment,
no,
and that's
no,
why
no,
it
no, no, no,
developed
no.
the
The brain is an emergent property of matter. When matter comes together in specific
an
ways, it
emergent
forms a
property for
brain.
survival, exactly.
Consciousness is an emergent property of the brain. Energy is not conscious. You can't have consciousness without a brain. Energy doesn't have a brain. Where's the brain in energy?
A brain is a level of awareness, period.
Where's the awareness in energy then, dude? Like, what the fuck?
A dead brain has no awareness, but it's
the
still a brain.
assembly. You want me to take it apart for you? It's the
Yeah,
assembly
if that's what you
of
need
the
to
human.
do.
I can't take the
I am
brain
not
apart
just
for you.
I am
right?
not
I can't.
just radiation. I am not just amino acids. I am not just kinetic energy.
but you're
No.
all
The emerging
are
property
all
from all of these things being put together in specific ways is what allows me to be who I am and what I am. It's not that energy. I am not
And
just
founded-
some
and
kinetic
you were
energy
found
that is
on the laws
conscious.
of probability only. You were a probable
Nice
event.
nothing burger. So what I was saying is that just because I'm made up of energy when you reduce it down, yeah, you're just, dude, you sound like a fucking, like, I practice witchcraft. You sound like a spiritualist, crazy witch crackhead. Like, you need some mental help, it seems. You gotta slow the fuck down. Just because you say one scientifically factual objective truth about reality and then add in woo-woo doesn't make you fucking right. If you want to classify energy as fucking conscious, show me which part of which kind of energy is conscious, how you know that.
You know, you're asking me in a human being what makes a human being.
Yeah,
okay?
yeah, this is called the
His
study of
hand-
evolution and biology.
His hand alone does not make him a human. His foot alone does not make him a human. His tongue alone does not make him a human.
That's
Put them
not what I
together, he's a
said.
human.
Hold on. Energy alone does not make him a human.
Which is what I was getting at, but Daniel, like, pay attention. Like,
the mass has found a way to look back.
no,
upon
it hasn't.
itself.
Shut up. Stop saying it has found. It has thought. It has tried. It has decided. No, it hasn't done any of that.
It does.
Natural
Just like
phenomena
a hair
through
root of
natural laws
of a
allowed it to do
plant.
certain things naturally.
Just like a hair root of a plant finds moisture in the soil.
It's
the
not
same
consciously
idea.
doing that, dude. Have you ever heard of photosynthesis in your life? Did you go to school?
Well, you argue with a lot of people. They'll tell you there's a consciousness to plants. I would argue, but I'm not an expert in that field.
Plants don't have brains, so no, they don't have consciousness.
Well, nervous system.
Well, what you describe is consciousness, anyways. Okay?
No, what the fuck? Holy shit. The definition of consciousness is to be awake and
Comes in
aware.
all levels, my friend. Comes in all levels.
No, I'm not an IIT freak that believes in pantheism. How many drugs are you on? He's in the background going, like, what the fuck is going on, Goofy? Can you pay attention? Put the meth pipe down. Let's pay attention and have an actual conversation about that. Your claim is that energy is magically fucking aware.
I will say I would defend the fact that plants are conscious, but that has to do with nervous systems, not lack of brains.
Therefore, brainless squid are.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't grant
You
that.
could say amoeba have a level of consciousness. They go sort of source of chemical stimulation.
See, that's a step too far.
I'm not a panpsychist. I don't grant any of this.
It's a gradual level of awareness of your environment. That's all. You have eyes, ears, skin to feel, the whole bit. All those senses were acquired and developed over time.
Yeah, and if you weren't able to process that
magically,
with
they
our
came
brain,
by.
then we wouldn't have consciousness. To be conscious
And
is
then
to be awake and aware. You can have nerve endings and not be aware.
I would say a deer has a consciousness.
Yes,
but
I
he doesn't
agree.
Have the level of awareness that we do.
That I don't
because
agree
we're
with.
More evolved. Nothing different than that.
I don't agree with
Nothing
that.
Different than that.
I don't agree with
Nothing
that.
different than that. We're no different along the chain of evolution
We're just
than
an animal,
anything
though.
else. We are definitely an animal. No question.
See, that's what I'm
We've
saying.
proven
Like,
that
you
time
say,
and
like,
time
one
again.
objective truth, and then you throw in, like, woo-woo mysticism.
You throw in a lot of mysticism yourself, sir. Talk about.
Wait, hold on.
It's a mouse Cthulhu!
Like what?
That's what this guy sounds like.
Hold on. Like what? You accuse him of throwing in mysticism. Like what?
Daniel, so you're aware I muted you for a moment so we could get our question out.
I love that he laughs every time he's wrong instead of explaining why he's right. The fucking cope laugh is strong with this one.
Also, I am incorrect. Plants are sentient, not sapient, so they can't have consciousness. They have a...
Yeah, I grant that there's like natural reasonings and explanations behind like how they grow and do what they do, but they're not awake and aware. They're not consciously moving towards the sun. It's just natural phenomena.
Yeah, I just had to correct that because I wanted to make sure I was...
I appreciate you, Poppy. But like even I'm so hardcore with my definition of consciousness that I give it to fucking AI. So
I'll invite you to unmute, Daniel. But so you're aware, there's a little. It looks like kind of like a robot hand holding a hot dog at the bottom of the screen. Like they usually have this. At this moment, it'll have an X through it. I only muted you because you were saying like silly things while we were trying to get points across. The whole thing is, if we're gonna have a conversation, we need to be able to have the conversation, not, ranting.
I don't think he's capable of finding the unmute button.
Or performatively laughing.
Performatively. Okay, we're going to drop you, Daniel. If you're not able to come back, I'll give you about 10 seconds. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 9. Get fucked. Okay.
I feel bad for muting him, but like at the
Yeah,
same time,
that was first and foremost, he came in and contradicted himself. Ugh. That was a weird one. I get the idea. Like, I fucking love the magical world that could possibly be, that has been told in stories. Like, I try and prove this shit to myself on a daily basis. But facts don't give a fuck about our personal opinions and the way that we subjectively live our lives. Like, just because I blow out a candle after saying some affirmation doesn't mean that magic is actually real.
yeah, it does. Because I said so.
Yeah, that was a rough one. Okay,
Yeah.
well, go for it.
That dude was pretty manic. That's all I was going to say.
Definitely seemed a little bit manic. Yeah, that's a fair word. I like that. We got about 100 total viewers. If you guys wanted to request up on YouTube, click the link pinned in the chat. We'll get you up now. Or if you're on TikTok, click the 2 little people at the bottom. Get you up. We can discuss souls or God, either of which you prefer.
For those of you who are friendlies, I would strongly suggest going down to the bottom, hitting repost, hitting copy link, and then hitting add to story. Doing so pushes it up to the algorithm, and it lets the host know that you're watching.
Flexing my Spanish skills. Ravi es una muy bonito.
I don't know Spain. I don't know Spanish.
Alice, mi hermoso.
Look, we have a new guest.
What's up, Arenga?
Hey, how you going, guys?
How's it going, man? What you got for us?
Just Sean, don't be mean to me. You sound like someone that's just better at debating and stuff, and will probably just jump all over me. So I'm just like throwing some weird shit out there, okay?
Bet.
And then you can tear me apart. I don't really mind.
Okay, copy. Before we get into it, are you actually a believer of some sort of deity?
So I'll try and do it pretty quick. Had a really strange experience. Sort of lost faith in myself. Was sort of praying like on the bed to sort of unalive or whatnot. And then after that strange experience and sort of some things that I'd said, and it was definitely like sort of a guilt thing that was going over in my head, which is, a typical sort of Christian thing. They feel like they've been doing something wrong in their life, or they come to sort of a belief that they're somehow worthless or something, that's sort of a normal Christian thing for some, not everyone. But me coming to Christianity late, like having no faith, and like I was going crazy. I missed my flight, and I just didn't know where to go. I had nowhere to turn. I was down in a different city with me mate's family that I really didn't know. It was like unusual surroundings. So it was a really stressful time. And so that gives everyone all the ammunition to say, oh, well, you know, this is what it is. I can explain that with psychology. My cousin's like, she was Christian, and she's like, look, you know, this is what you have to do. I know it's spiritual warfare, that it's attacking your mind right now. Follow through with me. And she actually guided me through basically prayer. And I ended up getting down my knees. I was crying, man, because my life was fucking, like, it was just over. Like, I didn't know what to do. I didn't know where to go, where to turn. Crying, and I'm like down on my knees. Oh, forgive me for all the stupid shit. And I've done some pretty bad shit in my like life. I've had a lot of trauma and shit. And in like an instant, like after I was really believing it. Like I was going hard at it. Like I've never believed something as much before in my life. And an instant clarity came over me, right? My eyes were closed. I opened my eyes as I look up, and the sun had come out right at that right time, at that exact time. And that's my experience. And I'm not like just making it up. And I'm like, okay, what the fuck? And my cousin at the same time said to me, she goes, oh, Neil, all the my name's Neil. I'm down on my knees kneeling. I know it's funny. All the angels in heaven are singing for you now, right? And I started crying. I started like weeping. I'm like, oh, I got up. I got on the flight that day. I walked away, and I was pretty good for a while. But I then had a lot of mental health issues like 2 years later, and I'm still dealing with the shit. Because I'm an addict, so I still have problems. I'm not a perfect Christian.
Sean,
and so it was
you want
from
to take
there,
over?
I'm never denying his name. I didn't really read his Bible till maybe the last sort of 5 years or so. So I'm not really a good Christian. The experience that I had came from a music concert. Music's right through my family, and sometimes
Well,
you can
let me
see,
cut you off real quick. Just because I know that you're gonna not. Okay, under the presupposition that you're not going to take what we say today because you already like kind of shut it down in the beginning. Here's what I'm going to say about being a Christian and being quote unquote good or not. Fuck that shit. First and foremost, if you're going to stay as a Christian, read the Bible and see what Jesus said. So in accordance with what Jesus said, how do you get into heaven? Love your neighbor, love your God, period. If you're doing that, who cares if you struggle with drugs? Who cares? I don't give a fuck. That doesn't make you good or bad. Jesus isn't going to judge you on that. So don't judge yourself.
It's your own conviction. Well, that's essentially what you do after a certain time. You've got to come to your own convictions based on what's good and bad for you. And I guess I never really cared much about that before I became a Christian, and actually analyzing myself and looking at myself and going, oh, yeah, well, I don't want to do this. I'm still doing it, but at least I know that I don't want to do it, and I'm still working on it.
Yeah. Sure. Well, I'm going to let Sean go ahead and chat it up with you. I think he can take a better approach than I can.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if I can, only because here's the thing. I can get into why personal experience or utility value isn't a good reason to believe in a God. But the bottom line is, if this is helping you somehow, if being involved in the church and having supportive other like fellow Christians around, that can be a very helpful thing in your life.
Every time I go to a church, it feels like, just weird shit happens. So I don't really like walking into churches too much.
Well, I got you, but like if you feel this is helping you and you're in like a recovery process right now, I don't want to like clobber you over the head with like logic and reason. I just want your life to be better.
That's valid.
Yeah, well, it had me move back home with my mother, reevaluate certain things. My mother's now getting older. She wouldn't have had someone to live with her, and there's a certain belief, or like part of my belief is like, well, look, that actually brought me back to something good in my life. My mum could have been living on her own. She probably, based on the way things were going, if I had gone off and explored my life further, she probably, wouldn't be alive today. She's had a comfortable life. I've been able to provide sort of a stable environment for my mum by coming home. There's lots of good things that can come from, I guess you guys want to know whether or not it's true or not. Sorry, man.
Well, that can come.
I can tell you to get down on your knees and fucking beg, and maybe you'll have like some sort of spiritual experience.
Been there, done that on a daily basis. All these good things, quote unquote, can come from no God existing either, and just natural happenings and coincidences and psychology. So, like, if believing in a God helps you get off of drugs, sure, but that's the equivalent of me getting off of drugs to get onto alcohol.
Or believing in Vishnu and Shiva, getting you off of drugs or turning your life around or what have you. We're more interested in what's actually true. If this is helpful to you, I mean, we can make like lots of arguments for why that has nothing to do with whether it's actually true. But like, I'm happy for you, and you don't sound like the type that's like going and trying to tell other people how to live their lives based on your religion. So just you do you. That's how I sort of look at it.
I don't think like this just sit with these conversations where people are trying to get people to prove God. Like in the first 3-4 years, I was like really hyper. Like I was trying to read the Bible. I was trying to tell people, everyone, this is true. This is true. You really get shut down pretty quick, especially as a young Christian in a town full of, I guess, people that didn't really want to hear it. And you kind of just go, oh, well, fuck you. Believe it or not.
Yeah. So would you agree that people in alternative, contradictory religions also have had their religions turn their life around?
Absolutely. I believe my brother's an atheist, and I'll say to people, I think he, as an atheist, and him as a person and what I've seen him do in his life, he's 1 year older than me. He was just a different person to me. He's had more faith in his life than I've ever had. Now, and I say faith, I'm not saying faith as in a belief in a God. I'm saying faith as in you can have faith in scientific method. I believe in the scientific method. I believe that's part of the wisdom that's there for us all to discover. But I think faith is a big thing, and I think that's essentially why I can't tell you what's going to happen after life, but I can tell you that when I started exploring the Bible, I got to the realization, it's like, well, God's letting me know that this is my second chance and I better make the most of it because there might not be anything after it.
No, I got you, but I want to correct you on something. The word faith. So I don't have faith in the scientific method. I have ample evidence that the scientific method is reliable.
We don't using that word.
Yeah. It's fine. You don't hear people say like, I have faith that the Earth revolves around the sun. We have a mountain of evidence that the Earth revolves around the sun.
Do you think confidence and faith? Do you think the words confidence and faith are closely related? Can you see the relationship?
Only in that faith is usually used in a religious context where evidence is lacking. Now, the problem is faith is used in a bunch of different ways. So I avoid using the word. I try to use a word that, like, I am confident that the Earth revolves around the sun. In fact, I'm as close to certain as I can be that the Earth revolves around the sun.
You should see the drones that are popping up around my city now. Like, and there's like it's like everything that I see online is like all these people, like they're believing all these conspiracy theories. It's like the whole world's gone fucking crazy.
No, I hear you. But let me give you.
Here I am as a Christian,
Yeah. So like your religion is like has utility value to you. So here's how. There's no atheist perspective on things. I am an atheist, and I can tell you my perspective on things is that prayer doesn't do shit. There's no magic man in the sky that's gonna overlook and make everything all better. There's no grand plan. All we have as people is fucking each other. That's it. So it's up to us to actually if we want to make a difference in our lives or someone else's lives, the only thing that matters is not prayer or abracadabra. It's taking actions and actually doing things for each other. And that's a very empowering thing when you realize that. that just like if somebody's going through a loss, just saying, "Hey, I'll pray for you." You haven't done shit. All you've told them is like, "Hey, I'm thinking about you." That's it. And those words can be they can be meaningful, like, "Hey, I'm really sorry that happened," or whatever. But just know that you're not actually, when you pray, you're not actually doing things for people. It's actions. And I guarantee you, a lot of what turned your life around are the actual actions you took. And it might be your religion that sort of gave you a motivation to take action, but it's the actions that mattered. And so I would really learn into like taking action to take control of your life and to improve it.
Yeah. As far as like, when you say prayer, I'm just letting you know that it doesn't do anything. It's just one of those woo-woo areas that's very subjective, and you can't really say it definitely doesn't do anything, and I can't say it definitely does. It's like if I was to ask you right now, can you agree that there's no way for you to know what happens after you die, except for what you see as a dead fleshless body?
I actually have a different answer to that. I can't know, like I won't make a knowledge claim, but I can reasonably infer that it's like it's just lights out. And the same way that like when you, because there's a lot of parallels between when you shut off a computer and when you shut off a human body, including the mind, all the electrical impulses go away. It's basically like your computer is turned off. So I can, without claiming certainty, I think you can reasonably infer that it's just like before you were born.
What's just before you were born?
Death is like before you were born.
Oh, okay. Yeah. And like it's like someone was saying the other night, I chose to come here, and people that, and it's like, well, can you remember that? Because I'd really like to hear that. I can turn around and say that I thought I was reborn and that some of the weird shit, but there's no way to prove it. I'll give you one thing before I jump off.
Sure.
One thing that I thought was given to me through the spirit, but if I was, it's a little, it might be a little bit blasphemous, right? But it makes a lot of sense in what you're sort of saying there with being around people. It makes a lot of sense with the body of Christ and stuff like that. It's a concept, basically, that had occurred to me sort of over the beginning of my Christianity, without sort of understanding too much about quantum physics and stuff like that. Although I do understand the observer effect, I don't know if that had any effect on me, sort of coming up with this sort of concept, because I don't think I was really looking into it back then. And that is that, like, when the Lord said, like, I am the way, one of the things it sounded to me as if he was talking about is like, here's the person in the flesh is the way to be able to give another person life. If you want to know, like, my brother that I haven't seen in a number of years, I might never see him again, and I might die tomorrow. That means that the last time that I seen my brother in the flesh was the last time I'll ever see him. Essentially, the last time that I seen him in the flesh was the day that he died to me. And so when you're with other people and you're in a community and you're together, you're actually bringing that physical experience, which is like, I was very against for a while mobile phones and shit, because there is so many lies on these things. It's like, I don't even want to tell you some of the shit that I'm like, I just don't trust a lot of stuff that's going on, and it's just going to get worse with AI when it comes to like online stuff. What you can trust is what you see, what you get. And so that's why being around sort of community, I don't like the idea of everyone fucking isolating themselves in a room like I have for the last 15 years.
I mean, it's not healthy to do that, but human interaction is important, like from a psychological standpoint. It's critical.
Yeah. So give your parents a good fucking hug next time you see them, because, like, let them move in with you. Like, look after your family. That's all I'd say. Look after your loved ones. Be good.
Yeah. You too, buddy.
Peace out, guys. Oh, did anyone?
What's up?
I didn't say anything.
Oh, he was. Hey, if you wanted to finish that sentence, you can re-request up.
I did. Well, I'm not a mod, but I was going to say I didn't remove him.
I did. I've heard that it's better to drop people instead of them dropping for the algorithm.
Oh, interesting.
I don't know if that's true or not, but
yeah.
Okay.
I also I also question, you know how people say grape and schmurder and stuff like that?
Yeah.
I've been on lives where they're like, that doesn't matter, and nothing ever happened. Let me just say the words when the
I usually
discussion comes up.
do just say the words. The problem with me is I'm a very unlikable guy. So whenever I say anything that could slightly be used against me for the algorithm, I get mass reported.
Okay.
I piss a lot of people off.
Fair.
Yeah.
Just as a little side note on a point that you had made, Sean, you know, about like prayer doesn't do anything, it's the actions.
Yeah.
You know, you can find something similar being talked about. I think it's in the book of James, where it's like, if you tell your brother, stay warm and eat well, but do nothing to help them, what good is that to them? And, you know, going right on to your point that like just saying, hey, I'll pray for you isn't enough, even within the Christian context. Like, we're called
Sure.
to do more than that. So it wasn't a, hey, you're wrong. It's just like, hey, no, like even within the Christian worldview, your point is valid.
Okay. Yeah, I appreciate that.
Oh, Renga, you wanted to be torn down a little bit? Yeah, so it's impossible for the Abrahamic God to exist because he supposedly exists outside of time, and without time, you have no causal relation with time. Therefore, it's untrue, the entire myth of the Bible. All of the things that you're experiencing are going to be psychological problems that you're going to need therapy for and not a church for. Prayer is not going to do shit for you. You're going to go deeper and deeper and deeper into depression, and we might even lose you because the church isn't able to help you. But if you go to a secular therapist, you're going to get the actual help and possibly even medication you actually need to be objectively healthy.
Damn.
But Jesus isn't real.
Let the record show I do not agree with that last statement.
Yes, CT does not hold to everything that we say. CT is a devout Catholic.
CT, let me ask you a question. Do people, so some people have cancer and it goes into remission. Some people will pray and it happens. Some people will pray and it doesn't happen or whatever. Do you believe it's ever causal that somebody prayed and then it caused their cancer to go into remission when it otherwise would not have?
My view on prayer and how it relates to God and time is different, but the short answer is yes.
Okay.
But, you know, then the question is then like, well, why does God choose one and not the other?
Well, my next question, my follow-up question is, why does that never work for amputees to grow their limbs back?
There's actually two, I think two. Now, granted, these are like very old stories, so like the ability to verify them is.
That's my point. Yeah.
Yeah. Is hard to do, but there are at least two historical accounts. I want to say maybe like the 1200s of amputees getting their limbs regrown back.
Yeah, but never in modern times, never in a verifiable way. Like, we can verify Johnny in church, his cancer went into remission, even when they said there's like an 80% chance it wouldn't, or 90, or even 98%, because that 2% is a thing, right?
Yeah.
So those are verifiable accounts of cancers going into remission that people will attribute to a god, but it's never amputees. Like their limbs never. In fact, I bet if a priest, if like someone went to church, like was in an accident and lost their leg, they would never hold a prayer service like, let's pray for his leg to grow back, because everyone will look at them like they're nuts, right?
You'd be surprised.
So that, yeah, I mean, yeah, one, you'd be surprised, but two, the second reason is, and keep in mind that while what I say is not, as far as I can tell, contrary to the Catholic faith, I do hold some positions that are going to be very unique amongst most Catholics that you interact with. So in regards for like how miracles and how God interacts work, this is like my understanding and view of this is all dependent on my understanding of the doctrine and dogma of divine simplicity, as well as God like being a singular eternal act. So if God is the foundational grounding of all of reality, then what that means is that his act of creating reality is the same as any other action that he does from our perspective. They're actually one and the same action. And if God cannot contradict himself, then any action that he takes within physical reality cannot contradict physical reality. Now, it can occur in a way that is unexpected or that is contrary to our current understanding of reality, but it can never actually be a true violation of the laws of reality. Otherwise, he's saying both let gravity be X and let gravity be not X.
What would cancer, like making cancer that would not, like cancer, somebody's cancer has progressed to the point that without God's intervention, the laws of nature and chemistry and biochemistry, et cetera, are such that the cancer will finish off the person. It's just going to happen. And all the modern medicine in the world isn't going to help.
So
if God
different from what I'm describing, just to let you know, that is
Okay,
different from what I'm describing.
because here's the thing is you or opined that God sometimes intervenes, causes people's cancer to go into remission that otherwise would not have. But how is that any different than like making someone's limb grow back?
Because that gets into I don't know if you heard earlier the conversation about the physical possibility versus metaphysical possibility. So God is the reason why the laws of physics are the way that they are, or at least the way that reality is the way that it is. And so if he was to then violate that, where, okay, so this is
he
how
would be in the cancer case, he would be.
But that's what I'm saying. If the example that you're providing is in such a state where it would be a true violation of the laws of physics, like reality as reality is, not just
no,
our
but
understanding
that's your parameter. So if it's the case,
but that's what
if it's the case that it would not have gone into remission, that means the laws of nature are such that it will not go into remission. And so he would still be violating the laws of nature, i.e. performing a miracle.
then my position is that would not happen, period. If something is a true violation of the laws of nature, then it cannot happen.
Okay, so then you don't think he ever intervenes and makes cancer go into remission that otherwise would not have?
So that's the difference that I was trying to convey to you. So there is cancer that will not go into remission because of our inability to do it. That's not the same thing as cancer that will not go into remission because it is physically contrary to the laws of reality.
Well, if it will not go into remission, it has progressed to the point to where the laws of reality will not permit it to go into remission. It's either going to, by the laws of nature, follow the laws of nature and go into remission, or it's going to follow the laws of nature and not go into remission. Like those two things are being dictated by the laws of nature. And if it otherwise would not have gone into remission, it would take a literal miracle for God to defy the laws of nature to make it go into remission.
Well, like you said, current laws of nature. So that's the distinction I'm trying to make here. One,
are there future laws of nature?
Well, you said current. So by current, that means that there would be.
I'm sorry. I meant the current state of the current state of affairs, the current chemistry and everything going on in their body. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry, I was just giving clarification on what I meant by current.
Yeah. So the understanding that you would need to, or that I'm trying to get at, is one, the laws of reality is not the same thing as our current understanding of reality. And then two, our ability to put it.
You cut off. Oh, he's got red
into
bars.
remission. And it's not the same thing.
You cut off for a part of what you said, like you went silent. You have like 2 bars.
All right, is that better?
I can hear you now. Yeah, you're cutting out. Can you get to a Wi-Fi signal? Yeah, he's
struggling a little
not
bit.
coming through. Yeah. Is that a YouTube chat that's scrolling up top?
Yep.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, is needed. How do I? So confused as to how to. I think that's solid. Oops.
Yeah, I think he just had a bad signal.
There he is.
Who's that?
I think we might summon M's with the next one.
So I'll get back to this conversation after y'all get. I'm going to be in a bad connection spot for a little bit.
Okay.
But I do want to continue this conversation, but I'll let y'all talk to the current guest.
Yeah, hi, Sean. You okay?
Yeah, that's Leaf.
Yeah,
Leaf is a doesn't believe in a personal God, but believes in some woo-woo stuff.
Interesting.
Yeah, like reincarnation, and I had a near-death experience, that's the reason why I came up. I had an NDE.
Many people have.
2011. Yes, absolutely. I'm going to be honest rather than try and support something. I did actually have an NDE, and I'm in the middle kind of thing. I'm not going to claim that it's 100%, but for me it was real. But when I looked at the other stories, the only thing that took me back a little bit, that other people are having NDEs, they see things that they believe in. For example, I'm an atheist. I didn't see any God. I didn't see any Jesus or none of that stuff. I just had an NDE where more like it was a bit more scientific, because I felt like time has stopped. you know, but still, my NDE experience, taught me quite a lot of things, and it made me as well not fear death, because I said to myself, at the end of the day, whether it's real or not real, once you go to the dying phase, it's 100% proof that it'll be peaceful, unless, for example, it wasn't good from the beginning. Yeah, you will go through pain if it was, because mine was. I suffocated in my sleep through severe obstructive sleep apnea, and someone might have a bad one, but the good thing is the experience. Definitely, that is, I can stamp on this one and say the actual dying experience, once you go through that phase, into the near death, it's quite peaceful. So there's nothing to fear. But still, the only thing that really gets, that keeps on my mind saying that it could be real, like I said, I'm split about this, is that I had I had a lot of situations where I've been in, and really nothing like this one in particular. I had a situation where I was under intensive care. I woke up and the doctor said they don't know how I survived. I didn't have that experience at all. At that time, I had a severe pneumonia. I was rushed to hospital, and all I remembered, I was gone blank. Woke up, intensive care, and I had the oxygen, support on an oxygen life support machine. So the other one I had is like, when you go under general anesthetic as well, the same thing, similar. You just get knocked out and you suddenly wake up. I had a sleep paralysis as well, and it's not the same. That was a completely different experience. I should say that. But when I researched it a bit, and I saw that I quite researched it quite a lot, and when I saw that people are coming up with different stories regarding their beliefs, then I start having doubt in my mind.
What the fuck was the point of all that?
No, I mean, what I'm saying is, why are other people seeing Jesus and seeing God, and I didn't see them? Because I don't believe
Presupposed
in
belief
God.
systems.
Yeah, but I don't believe in God. I'm an atheist. I'm a Druze. We don't believe in a God. We don't believe in heaven and hell. You know, we believe in the mind, the self, that
You
kind of
can
thing. We
be an
don't have any
atheist and
gods at
still
all.
see something when you're passing away and hallucinating.
Well, I did because look, I did feel my spirit. This is the weird thing that if you want me to tell you what happened, I will. It's quite you know. I did actually. You feel your spirit, your soul. Well, we're going to call it soul now because this is the experience. So we're talking about the experience rather than it being a fact. So the soul jumps out the body. You feel the weight is so weightless in a way.
Why would we believe that?
Sorry, yeah. Do you want me to carry on?
No. Why would we believe that there's a soul?
Why do I believe there is a soul? I support the idea that there is a soul. I got a very scientific mind. I've always been this way, very scientific mind. But through
No,
the
you're not.
experience that I had, like I said, I'm split in the middle.
There's absolutely zero scientific justification for souls.
Right, obviously, because you haven't experienced it. You didn't have the experience I had.
Wait, hold on.
No, there's no demonstrable data for that.
So the
well,
thing is that experience shouldn't define anything in science, right? You don't have to have the experience of looking underneath the microscope to know that germs exist, do you? We can give you the explanation of the effects of germs. We can give you the explanation of like we can show you photographic evidence. We can give you all this stuff for germs. You have to have that in order to call it scientific. No, it isn't.
That's not an experience.
Then you're not scientifically minded.
It's that I am scientifically minded because if you look through a
No, you're not.
microscope,
You just
right?
said that you had an experience where your soul popped out of your body.
Yeah.
So no, you're not.
You just told us that
So
you're
what am I
scientifically
supposed to say?
minded, and then in the same breath, you said, "Well, you talked about how a soul doesn't, because we don't have the experience. Of course, we don't believe it. That's stupid."
So what am I supposed to say when I had that experience? Am I just supposed to lie what the experience
Well, as a
was?
skeptic and scientific thinker, you'll say, hey, I had this experience where I was put under anesthesia or was dying and I had a crazy dream or hallucination. You don't say it went out of my body.
But I had dreams and hallucinations before. It's nothing like it.
It is. It's a different part of the brain that's activating, which is why it feels different.
Do you know what DMT is?
Yeah, that's been debunked.
No, it is not debunked. That is the most bullshit claim you have said.
I've researched that.
Through what?
You've
Answers in
researched it?
Genesis?
Give me the study. You've researched it. Give me the study. What is the PMID of the study that debunked DMT being released in the brain?
I've googled because I did a Google AI Google on DMT.
Oh, so you congratulations. Congratulations! Not only are you living within a woo mindset of the world,
It's similar.
You're not
They
even
say
living in a
DMT is
real
something
world.
similar, but it's not as DMT. There is.
It's
I don't
not
know. Maybe I'm
exactly
gonna have to
that.
look that again. Look, I'm not here to argue with you guys. I'm gonna
We
look
are.
that again. Okay, you're saying to me that it hasn't, because I did, like I said, I did a lot of research. People spoke about DMT. I think I should go and try DMT and see whether it's the same or not. But no, not really, because I don't want to get into that at my age.
Someone
I'm
sold you
55 years of age.
some bunk shit, probably.
Yeah, look, Sean, have to go and research this DMT thing. But according to what I've read on a Google AI,
Yeah.
I'm pretty good at how you ask the question. It's very important how you ask the question.
If you pick some up, send some to me. I'll experiment with it too.
Well, here's the thing, right? You can't get your education from Google AI. You have to go to the source and break down the source and understand what the source is saying.
I had the personal experience, though. It was completely
So fucking what? I had a fucking dream about Hogwarts yesterday. Did I go there? Does it exist? Like, you had a dream.
Dreams are different. That wasn't a dream.
No, okay, brother, here's what you're going to do. Have you ever heard of Google Scholar?
No.
Okay, Google Scholar, go to the Google Scholar search engine, and then look up DMT and near-death experiences.
Okay, I will. I will. Like I said, I will do. I will do more research. Look, I come on lives. I'm a very honest guy. I come on lives to learn. I go and research things to learn, because there's no point lying to myself, because at the end of the day, the experience I had wasn't like any other experience I've ever came across. I'm not saying, this is what I said to you, I'm not saying that this is real or not. All I'm saying is that experience that I had, I never experienced it before, although I went through a lot of situations.
I've never experienced being on a boat at sea. Here's the deal. You had chemical reactions that were more intense than normal chemical reactions because of an extreme situation you were in, i.e. dying. And when you're dying, your brain is flooded with DMT, which is the most hallucinogenic drug that we could ever put into our body.
That's
so
why I'm split.
don't be split. The facts are you have chemical reactions, which is what emotions and feelings are, while you were dying, so your brain is being flooded with DMT.
Right, but I ask you a question. I need to ask you a question. This is a question you can help me with, right? Okay. If these chemicals were to be released, right, like you're saying, okay?
Not like I'm saying. This is just a scientific consensus on what feelings are.
Okay, and not just a question. Maybe Sean can answer that, because I think Sean, his knowledge is pretty good. Or your knowledge as well. You might know more than Sean. I'm sorry, no disrespect here to anyone. But if somebody can help me and tell me why is it when I came back, I wasn't drowsy, dizzy. I didn't have that effect like when you have a drug or something.
Your
I
body
have an
rested?
answer for that.
Yeah, please. Yeah.
I have an answer for that. I have no idea. I'm not a neurologist, but these aren't like reasons to like invoke anything like the soul or anything else. Like, and my knowledge on neurology is like practically nil. You know what I'm saying?
I feel that.
But I can tell you that like just the fact that we have dreams at night. Have you ever been in a dream and it's weird as fuck and like you're flying or weird stuff is going on?
I've had it so many times.
Hold on.
Dream.
Yeah, just let me finish.
Yeah.
At the time in the dream, like when I have them, it doesn't even seem weird to me. It only seems weird after I wake up and my brain is back to normal. And that shit, like I'm like, wow, that was really weird. But in the dream, it seemed perfectly normal. You can our brains in all these different states can experience things. People have hallucinations like while they're wide awake. Like the experiencing a thing tells you nothing about whether the thing is real, because I've experienced flying, I've experienced like having superpowers, you know what I'm saying, all in dream states. Well, if you're near death, your brain chemistry is even way off and way different, and you're still in a, I don't know if it's technically in neurology called a sleep state, but you're still in an unconscious sleep-like state where like, yeah, if you could dream while you're sleeping, I don't see why you couldn't also have like crazy experiences if you're in an unconscious state from injury or illness or whatever, or chemical, inducement or whatever. You know what I mean?
Well, I told you I've been on the intensive care. I woke up on a life support machine. Like I said, I had other experiences. Now, regarding the flying experience, I used to wake up and get angry because I really wanted to fly. And I used to get really disappointed. And I used to tell myself in that actual dream, I hope this is real. I hope this is real. Every time I wake up and it doesn't come up, oh, yes, this is real. That's the kind of experience I had regarding that particular one. Regarding we're talking about chemicals. Yeah, I understand the chemical side of things. That chemicals can have an effect, or does it not? That's the question. If you were to come to you come back into your body, as we're saying, come back. It might have happened. It might not have happened, because I said I'm split. So if it hasn't happened, and you came back to your body, are you not supposed to still have an effect out of that, such as being drowsy or dizzy out of that
Not necessarily.
particular chemicals that's been released in your system?
Like what evidence first said, not necessarily. Like, we're not neurologists. Talk to a doctor about it. You know what I mean? Talk to a neurologist. But those are who you should be talking to about these things. But I find it wholly unremarkable that you're in this state, and then if you've been out for a really long time, you wake up and you don't feel drowsy. I wake up from I've woken up from a night out, like, way too much liquor and blacked out, and then woke up and not had a headache, but didn't feel drowsy.
Yeah, well, yeah. I mean, yeah, I can see where I need to look into the DMT thing because I did read and something did come up, but I need
That's a
to.
big one. That's a
Yeah,
really big
again,
one.
yeah. I think that is a big one. Yeah, I need to get the facts from there
Yeah.
and look deeper
Oh,
into that.
real
You
quick,
know,
evidence for scientific snitch. I don't know if you know her. She's in the chat. She's she's a biologist. She wants to come up and
I'll bet. Maybe she can explain some.
Yeah.
Well, hello.
Why, hello there.
Hey,
So,
scientific snitch, how you doing?
hey, I heard something about DMT and neurology. What was the initial claim?
right. I made the claim that I've looked into DMT and really looked into it, and I've Googled, asked Google AI. Yes, how you ask Google AI is very important, and it did come up that it is something like DMT, but isn't actually DMT. It's been debunked in a way, that it's not DMT, the actual
It
experience.
hasn't been debunked.
Right. Okay.
I think the proper, also, I would refrain from using Google AI because there's a lot of confirmation bias. If you're
Hmm.
interested in using AI to better understand things, I prefer using Julius. I
Julius. Okay.
I do so
Okay.
with my everyday research, but like I
Hmm.
honestly try to refrain from using AI because a lot of it relies on prior information and prior probabilities. So it's not telling you
Hmm.
what's correct. It's telling you what
Right.
it thinks you want to hear based off of the information you've
All
given it.
right. I see. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. You learn things. I
That
want to
being
know the
said,
truth. After all.
uh, DMT has not been formally debunked because the research that they would have to conduct would be pretty unethical. You would have to take people during near-death experiences, and that already is extremely finicky. We only have really a few studies, including AWARE 1 and 2, that actually take people with near-death experiences directly because causing people to have a near-death experience for a study, you could see how that is
Risky.
kind of unethical, where you're
It's
trying
risky as
to
well.
yeah, when you're trying to induce a near-death experience, it's not a
Yeah,
very
absolutely. I agree on this one. Absolutely. Yeah. Well, that's good. Like I said, I'm not here. I have I think I have got a sound mind, and I'm always supporting ideas rather than saying that they are real because I can't lie to myself. That's the way that's the way I'm brought to be somebody that there's no point lying to yourself because I don't want to live in being delusional or being in so I just want to be real. I want to be me, free. So there you go. That's my story anyway. That's my story, but definitely I'm looking into DMT now. I'm going to research that even more and more and more. Now, I didn't think like AI Google could be biased. I never heard this before. That
Oh, any
you
and
know, but
all.
all
now I do
AI
know.
is.
No, I do know this. That's you got to look at that. You go looking, in the right places. Yeah, yeah. Okay,
Yeah,
thank you very
so
much. Yeah.
artificial intelligence is not based off of like it's not actually intelligent in the same way that we are,
Hmm.
in the same way that scientists are. Artificial intelligence relies on prior probability based training, where
Hmm.
you have the um, individual training AI to respond in a specific way that is the most likely way to satisfy the listener. So it's not necessarily looking for the most correct outcome, but rather the most satisfactory outcome based off of
Hmm.
the responses you've given it. And so if you say, like, hey, I believe in religion, and then you ask it
Hmm.
a follow up question, or if you ask it a question that could be phrased in a specific biased way, like, is DMT debunked? It's going to find evidence online, regardless of the source or the reputable nature
Hmm.
of that source, to confirm that bias. It's going to say, yeah, and this is particularly an issue with Google AI. It's the reason why I never use it
Hmm.
is if you ask it a question, it's going to find a way to say yes.
I think this is very important. I mean, all the listeners, especially for them who hasn't heard that something like this could happen, which is great. I think it does teach a lot of people, and especially like whoever is listening. And that has taught me something today. Thank you very much.
Yeah, don't forget about Google Scholar.
Scholar. Okay,
Yeah,
Google
and look for
Scholar. Yeah.
what has the most citations.
Citations. Okay. 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 Thank you very much.
One thing I would say, if possible, is to try to avoid articles that say review at the top,
Let's say
because a
what?
lot of the time, try to avoid articles that say just review at the top and might have one author. Usually they're considered to be opinion articles, not actual studies. And so if you're trying to look for actual studies on the topic to better understand the research, honestly, I would recommend taking a class on how to interpret research first. But if you don't have the time for that, I would say just trying to find a reputable journal and then trying to find review articles or studies there, you're less likely to come across review articles that are predatory.
All right. So we've got scholars, and what's yours? Scientific. What?
I would say try looking through Nature Journal, Cell, Science. These are all journal articles. They're some of the most impactful journals
Yeah.
that are they're a lot pickier with what is accepted into them. So they're more
Right.
likely to be representative of the consensus.
Okay. I think I'm finished now. Thank you very much. Anyway. Thank you. Speak later, Sean. Sean is good.
Oh
Good
yeah,
man.
you
Good
too.
man.
You
Sorry.
too, Leaf. Have a great night.
Thank you. Bye bye.
All right. See ya. Scientific Snitch. Is there a I'm going to be retiring in January, and I'm actually going to start going to school full time. Is there an actual class that teaches you how to look up scientific research and how to parse out like which journals are good, which ones aren't? You know what I'm saying? How to evaluate
Yeah,
them?
so when I was in undergrad, there was one class in particular that did this for me. It was a scientific writing class.
Okay.
Usually they teach these things in scientific writing, scientific methods.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see, what else? There's research ethics. It's usually these classes where you'll learn more about that. And if you
Okay.
don't learn more about it, what I always recommend is looking at the very top of the article that you're reading. It'll usually tell you what journal it's in.
Yeah.
And if you look at the journal that it's in and then you Google that and say, is this journal in Beall's list or potentially predatory? Usually you'll find something online, like for example, predatoryjournals.com, I believe, and then Beall's list.
Mm-hmm.
They're both um, lists of potentially predatory journals where researchers have looked through the peer review process or have been a part of it themselves, and they
Mm-hmm.
report how rigorous that peer review process is. And so through basically looking at these online lists, you can tell whether or not the peer review is actually up to par with the rest of science.
Okay. And because I will go to Google Scholar and I will look, see different journals, and sometimes I'll Google the journal itself, is this reputable? But I don't even know if the answers that come back to that are good. One thing I never am able to find though is like if it's been peer reviewed, the results of the review itself, are those actually like
Oh,
listed somewhere?
sometimes they're listed, sometimes they're not.
Okay.
Sometimes you can find the peer review report. You can
Hmm.
also, if the researcher is willing to, you can email them and ask for like the peer review report to see if there was any like specific criticisms that could be important.
Yeah.
Usually researchers can be transparent about it, but not everyone. And I would say that the two journals that I would steer clear from are Frontiers and MBPI.
Okay.
Those two tend to be quasi-predatory.
Got you. I appreciate it. But yeah, thanks, Scientific Snitch, and thanks for having me up evidence first. I have to go take care of some things, but a pleasure meeting you, and I enjoy your live. So,
Hell yeah,
I'll
shoot me a
come back
DM
again.
so I can both of you shoot me a DM so I can follow you guys. I can't follow you straight from the studio, but I'm gonna end stream anyways. It's been 4 hours.
Thanks for having me up as well.
I appreciate the information you provided. I'm gonna go look that stuff up too.
Of course. Let me know if you guys have any questions. But yeah, MBPI and Frontiers are both quasi-predatory. I almost never trust anything from them.
Oh, MDP. Okay. Interesting.
That's interesting. But all right, sounds good, guys. I appreciate it. I'll talk to you guys later.
Yeah, you guys have a
Thank
good one.
you.
Bye.
Bye.
All right, we're gonna end. My brain is dead. We're going to hop off. Those of you on YouTube, I know a lot of you guys follow me around. I did throw the Twitch in there as well. I'm going to get a schedule going for back and forth on the debates versus that. And then I saw Kent, or one of you guys, was mentioning do more demon debunkings. I'll start working on that. I got another ghost video coming out tomorrow. So we'll do the ghost first, and then I'll start working on some more of the Conjuring debunkings. I like the Conjuring ones right now. Those have been pretty fun. So appreciate you all being here. If you haven't hit follow, subscribe, and I'll see you guys in the next one. Adios.